Story 1. In a quaint suburban neighborhood, nestled among tall trees and well-manicured lawns, stood a modest two-story house that held a secret. The residents, the Johnson family, had been living there for years, blissfully unaware of the enigma that lurked just above their heads. It all began innocently enough, with faint creaks and groans echoing through the house during the quiet of the night. At first, Mrs. Johnson dismissed them as the usual settling of an old house. But as the nights passed, the noises grew louder, more persistent, and decidedly more unsettling. It was Mr. Johnson who first ventured into the attic, armed with a flashlight and a sense of trepidation. The wooden stairs groaned beneath his weight as he ascended into the dimly lit space. What he found there sent shivers down his spine, a seemingly empty attic, save for a few dusty boxes and forgotten belongings. Yet the noises persisted, undeterred by his presence. Each night the creaking of floorboards and whispered voices grew louder, more insistent, as if beckoning him to unravel the mystery that lay hidden within the walls of his own home. Determined to uncover the truth, Mr. Johnson enlisted the help of a handyman to inspect the attic for any signs of structural damage or hidden passages. But try as they might, they found nothing out of the ordinary, leaving them baffled and frustrated. Meanwhile, Mrs. Johnson grew increasingly anxious, her once peaceful nights disrupted by the unsettling sounds that seemed to emanate from the very heart of their home. She begged her husband to abandon his quest for answers, fearing what they might uncover in the darkness of the attic. But curiosity gnawed at Mr. Johnson's resolve, driving him to delve deeper into the mystery that had consumed his thoughts. Late one night, long after his family had retired to bed, he returned to the attic alone, determined to confront whatever lurked in the shadows. As he stood in the center of the dimly lit space, bathed in the soft glow of his flashlight, he felt a chill run down his spine. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls were alive with whispered secrets waiting to be unveiled. Then, in the silence of the night, he heard a faint rustling, followed by the sound of footsteps echoing through the darkness. His heart pounding in his chest, he followed the sound to the far corner of the attic, where a narrow staircase led to a hidden door concealed behind a tapestry. With trembling hands, he pushed open the door, revealing a small, candlelit room bathed in an eerie glow. And there, sitting amidst a clutter of old furniture and forgotten trinkets, was a figure cloaked in shadow, a specter from a bygone era, its face obscured by the passage of time. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as Mr. Johnson stared into the abyss of the unknown, his mind reeling with disbelief. But before he could gather his thoughts, the figure spoke, its voice a haunting whisper that sent shivers down his spine. "I have been waiting for you," it said, its words hanging in the air like a ghostly echo. "For centuries I have lingered in the shadows, bound to this place by a curse that knows no end." As the figure recounted its tale of woe, a tragic love story that had spanned generations, Mr. Johnson felt a sense of empathy wash over him, for in that moment he realized that the specter was not a malevolent force, but a lost soul seeking redemption in the only way it knew how. With a heavy heart, Mr. Johnson vowed to help the specter find peace, to break the curse that bound it to the mortal realm. And so, together, they embarked on a journey of discovery, uncovering long-forgotten secrets and hidden truths that had lain buried for centuries. In the end, it was not a grand gesture or heroic deed that set the specter free, but a simple act of kindness, a listening ear, a sympathetic heart, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. As the first light of dawn broke through the darkness, illuminating the attic in a soft golden glow, Mr. Johnson watched in awe as the specter faded away into the light, its ethereal form dissolving like mist on the breeze. And as the last echoes of its whispered voice faded into the morning air, Mr. Johnson knew that he had witnessed something truly extraordinary, a tale of love and loss, of redemption and forgiveness, that would stay with him for the rest of his days. From that day forward, the strange noises in the attic ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to echo the peace that had finally descended upon the old house. And though the memory of the specter lingered in his mind like a half-remembered dream, Mr. Johnson took solace in the knowledge that he had played a part in setting it free. For sometimes the greatest mysteries of all are not found in the pages of a book or the depths of the ocean, but in the quiet corners of our own hearts, where the past and present collide in a timeless dance of hope and redemption. Story 2. The discovery sent a shiver down my spine, a cold wave of unease washing over me, as I stared down at the photograph clutched in my trembling hands. It was unmistakably me, lying in my bed, the soft glow of moonlight casting shadows across my sleeping form. But what chilled me to the bone was the perspective from which the photo had been taken from the doorway of my own room. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the image, the details etched into my mind with a clarity that bordered on surreal. The tousled sheets, the faint outline of my bedside table, the way my chest rose and fell with each slow breath, all captured in eerie detail by whoever had taken the photograph. My mind raced with 1,000 questions, each more terrifying than the last. Who had taken this photo, and how had they gained access to my room without my knowledge? The timestamp on the photograph indicated that it had been taken just last night, while I had slept, blissfully unaware of the intrusion into my private space. With a sense of mounting dread, I cast my gaze around the room, searching for any sign of a disturbance or an intruder. But the room was empty, bathed in the soft glow of afternoon sunlight streaming in through the windows. There was no one here, no one to explain the inexplicable photograph that now lay before me. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications of what I held in my hands. Someone had been watching me, lurking in the shadows of my own home, their presence unbeknownst to me until now. But who? And why? I racked my brain, trying to think of anyone who might have a motive to invade my privacy in such a sinister manner. But try as I might, I couldn't come up with a single plausible explanation. I lived alone, with no close neighbors or acquaintances who might harbor ill intentions towards me. With a sense of growing unease, I turned my attention back to the photograph, scrutinizing it for any clues that might shed light on its origins. But aside from the timestamp in the corner, there was nothing to indicate who had taken it or why. As I studied the image, a sinking feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. There was something deeply unsettling about the way the photo had been taken, as if the photographer had been lurking just beyond the threshold of my room, hidden in the darkness of the hallway. With a sense of mounting dread, I rose from my seat and made my way to the doorway, my heart pounding in my chest. I peered out into the hallway, half expecting to find someone lurking in the shadows, watching and waiting with bated breath. But the hallway was empty, the air still and silent as the grave. There was no sign of anyone or anything out of the ordinary, no indication that my home had been infiltrated by an unseen intruder. With a sense of resignation, I returned to the photograph, turning it over in my hands as if searching for answers in its glossy surface. But all I found was my own reflection staring back at me, the lines of worry etched into my face mirroring the fear that gnawed at my insides. I knew I couldn't stay here, not with the specter of the unknown looming over me like a dark cloud. With a sense of urgency, I gathered my belongings and made my way to the door, my steps quick and purposeful as I left the photograph behind, a haunting reminder of the terror that had invaded my once peaceful existence. As I stepped out into the sunlight, I knew that I would never be able to forget the image that had shattered my sense of security, the photograph of me sleeping, taken from the doorway of my own room. And as I walked away from the thrift store, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Story 3. The voicemail notification flashed on my phone's screen, interrupting the mundane rhythm of my day with a jolt of unexpected urgency. Frowning, I unlocked my phone and tapped on the notification, expecting to hear the familiar voice of a friend or family member on the other end. But as the message played, a chill ran down my spine, the blood draining from my face as I listened to the sound of panicked breaths and whispered pleas for help. It was my own voice, twisted and distorted by fear, pleading for assistance in a voice that sounded eerily familiar yet undeniably foreign. For a moment I was frozen in disbelief, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was hearing. How was it possible for me to receive a voicemail from my own number? And what could possibly have driven me to leave such a desperate message for myself? With trembling hands, I replayed the voicemail, each whispered plea sending a shiver racing down my spine. There was a sense of urgency in my own voice, a raw desperation that seemed to cut through the static of the recording like a knife. As the message ended, I sat there in stunned silence, the weight of its implications settling over me like a heavy cloak. Someone or something had somehow managed to impersonate me, using my own voice to send a message of distress. But who? And why? With a sense of mounting unease, I began to search for answers, scouring my phone for any clues that might shed light on the mysterious voicemail. But aside from the message itself, there was nothing out of the ordinary, no missed calls, no suspicious activity, nothing to indicate how or why I had received the message. Feeling a sense of growing unease, I dialed my own number, half expecting to hear the same panicked voice on the other end of the line. But instead, the phone rang and rang, each unanswered ring sending a spike of fear racing through my veins. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that I was truly alone, with no one to turn to for answers. The thought sent a chill racing down my spine, the realization sinking in that I was truly on my own in this unsettling mystery. But even as fear threatened to consume me, a stubborn determination welled up inside me. I refused to be a victim, to succumb to the terror that lurked just beyond the edge of my awareness. If someone or something was trying to frighten me, then I would face it head-on, armed with nothing but my own courage and resolve. With newfound determination, I set about investigating the source of the mysterious voicemail, combing through every detail with a fine-toothed comb. I retraced my steps, scouring my memory for any clue that might offer insight into what had transpired. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. It was as if the voicemail had materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace of its origins or purpose. Frustration gnawed at the edges of my resolve, threatening to overwhelm me with its suffocating weight. But even as doubt threatened to cloud my judgment, a voice whispered in the back of my mind, a voice that sounded eerily like my own. "Trust yourself," it said, its words echoing in the silence of my mind. "You have the strength to face whatever comes your way." With renewed determination, I resolved to heed the voice's advice, to trust in my own instincts and intuition. Armed with nothing but my wits and determination, I set out to unravel the mystery of the voicemail once and for all. Days turned into weeks as I delved deeper into the enigma that had consumed my thoughts, leaving no stone unturned in my quest for answers. I reached out to experts in technology and communication, seeking their insights into the possibility of a hoax or a glitch in the system. But even as I pursued every lead and followed every clue, the mystery remained stubbornly unsolved, its secrets tantalizingly out of reach. And yet, even in the face of uncertainty, I refused to give up hope, clinging to the belief that the truth was out there, waiting to be discovered. And then, just when I least expected it, a breakthrough came, a small, seemingly insignificant detail that sparked a revelation in my mind. It was a single piece of evidence, a clue hidden in plain sight, that ultimately led me to the shocking truth behind the mysterious voicemail. With trembling hands, I dialed my own number once more, the phone ringing in my ear as I waited with bated breath for someone to answer. And then, just as I was about to hang up in defeat, a voice came on the line, a voice that sounded eerily like my own. "Hello," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, as I struggled to contain the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. And then, from the other end of the line, came the answer I had been seeking all along, a voice that was unmistakably mine, speaking with a calm assurance that belied the chaos that had consumed my thoughts. "It's me," the voice said, its words filling me with a sense of profound relief. "I'm here to help." Story 4. The morning started like any other, with the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains and the gentle hum of life stirring awake outside. I went about my routine, preparing breakfast and getting ready for the day ahead, unaware of the strange and unsettling turn it would soon take. As I sat down to eat, I noticed something odd, a faint echo, barely perceptible at first, following my every word like a shadow. I paused, listening intently, but the echo faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving me wondering if I had imagined it. Shrugging off the strange sensation, I continued with my day, heading out into the world with a sense of purpose and determination. But as the day wore on, the echoes returned, growing louder and more insistent with each passing hour. At first, it was merely a nuisance, a constant background noise that followed me wherever I went. But as the echoes grew louder, they took on a sinister edge, their hushed tones tinged with anger and resentment. I tried to ignore them, to focus on the tasks at hand, but the echoes seemed to have a life of their own, twisting and turning like a serpent in the shadows. They echoed my every word, mocking and taunting me with their relentless persistence. I began to feel as if I were losing my mind, trapped in a nightmarish echo chamber of my own making. Everywhere I went, the echoes followed, growing louder and more oppressive with each passing moment. I tried to seek solace in the company of others, hoping that their presence would drown out the echoes that haunted me. But no matter how hard I tried to pretend that everything was normal, the echoes persisted, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. As the echoes grew louder, so too did my sense of unease, until it felt as if I were suffocating beneath the weight of their relentless onslaught. I began to withdraw from the world, retreating into the safety of my own solitude, desperate to escape the torment that followed me wherever I went. But even in the silence of my own company, the echoes persisted, their hushed tones filling the empty spaces of my mind with their twisted refrain. They whispered of secrets long buried, of fears and insecurities that lurked just beneath the surface of my consciousness. I tried to drown them out, to silence the voices that threatened to consume me from within, but they only grew louder, their anger and resentment boiling over like a pot left unattended on a stove. With each passing day, the echoes grew more frenzied, their words becoming distorted and warped with rage. They taunted me with visions of my own inadequacy, tearing down the fragile walls of my sanity with their relentless assault. I began to fear for my own safety, unsure of how much longer I could endure the torment of the echoes that haunted me day and night. I sought help from doctors and therapists, desperate for some semblance of relief from the madness that threatened to consume me whole. But no matter how hard I tried to escape, the echoes followed, their relentless pursuit driving me to the brink of despair. I began to question my own reality, unsure of what was real and what was merely a figment of my fevered imagination. And then, just when I thought I could bear it no longer, the echoes suddenly ceased, leaving behind a deafening silence in their wake. For a moment I stood there in shock, the absence of sound ringing in my ears like a death knell. But as the silence stretched on, a sense of relief washed over me, filling me with a newfound sense of peace and clarity. It was as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders, freeing me from the suffocating grip of the echoes that had haunted me for so long. With a renewed sense of purpose, I set out to reclaim my life, determined to leave the darkness of the echoes behind me once and for all. And as I walked away from the shadows that had threatened to consume me, I knew that I would emerge stronger for having faced the darkness that lurked within. Story 5. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room as I groggily opened my eyes. Stretching my arms above my head, I glanced over at the clock on my bedside table, expecting to see the familiar digits indicating the time. But what I saw sent a jolt of confusion coursing through me. The clock read 8 a.m., an hour later than it should have been. Frowning, I blinked in disbelief, rubbing my eyes as if to banish the illusion before me. But when I looked again, the time remained the same, stubbornly refusing to change. I glanced at my phone and computer, half expecting them to display the correct time and confirm that the clock on my bedside table was malfunctioning. But to my dismay, they both displayed 8 a.m. as well, as if the missing hour had simply vanished into thin air. Panic began to rise in my chest as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. How could an entire hour have disappeared without a trace? And why was I the only one who seemed to notice or care? With a sense of mounting unease, I stumbled out of bed and made my way to the kitchen, hoping that a cup of coffee would help clear my foggy mind. But as I brewed the coffee and glanced at the clock on the microwave, I was met with the same sight, 8-8, staring back at me with mocking indifference. I tried to shake off the feeling of disorientation that threatened to overwhelm me, telling myself that it was just a glitch, a minor hiccup in the fabric of time. But deep down I knew that something was profoundly wrong, that the missing hour was a symptom of a larger, more sinister mystery. As the day wore on, I found myself growing increasingly obsessed with the missing hour, unable to shake the feeling that it held some deeper significance. I scoured the internet for answers, searching for any indication that others had experienced a similar phenomenon, but my efforts turned up nothing but dead ends and speculation. Meanwhile, life around me continued on as if nothing were amiss. People went about their daily routines, oblivious to the fact that an entire hour had been stolen from under their noses. It was as if I were living in a different reality, one where time itself had gone awry, leaving me stranded in a world that no longer made sense. With each passing moment, the feeling of isolation grew, a gnawing sense of unease that threatened to consume me from within. I tried to reach out to friends and family, hoping that they could offer some semblance of comfort or reassurance, but their responses only served to deepen my sense of despair. "It's just a glitch," they said, their voices tinged with condescension. "Don't worry about it. It'll sort itself out." But I knew better. I could feel it in my bones. The missing hour was a symptom of something far more sinister, a puzzle waiting to be solved. Determined to uncover the truth, I retraced my steps, revisiting the events of that fateful morning in search of any clue that might shed light on the mystery. But no matter how hard I tried to piece together the fragments of memory that lingered in the recesses of my mind, the missing hour remained stubbornly out of reach. Frustration gnawed at the edges of my sanity as I struggled to make sense of the inexplicable, but no matter how hard I tried, the answers remained elusive. It was as if the missing hour were a phantom, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. And then, just when I thought I couldn't bear the uncertainty any longer, a breakthrough came, a small, seemingly insignificant detail that sparked a revelation in my mind. I remembered the dream, the vivid, unsettling dream that had haunted my sleep the night before the missing hour. In it, I had found myself wandering through a labyrinth of darkened corridors, the echoes of my footsteps ringing in my ears like a death knell. As I retraced my steps through the dream, I realized that there was something familiar about the darkness that surrounded me, something that tugged at the edges of my memory like a half-forgotten dream. And then, with a sudden flash of insight, it all clicked into place. The missing hour, the sense of unease that had plagued me since that fateful morning. It was all connected to the dream. With renewed determination, I set out to unravel the mystery once and for all, determined to confront the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of my consciousness. And as I delved deeper into the labyrinth of my own mind, I knew that I was on the verge of discovering the truth about the missing hour, and the truth about myself. Story 6. The antique mirror stood as a silent sentinel in the corner of the room, its ornate frame gleaming in the soft light that filtered through the curtains. It had been passed down through generations of my family, a cherished heirloom with a history shrouded in mystery and intrigue. When I inherited the mirror from a distant relative, I had been both thrilled and apprehensive. Thrilled to possess such a beautiful piece of history, but apprehensive of the stories I had heard about its supposed strange powers. At first, everything seemed normal. I would glance at my reflection in the mirror, admiring the way the light played across my features, unaware of the subtle changes that were taking place. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to notice something odd, a delay in my reflection's movements, as if it were watching me with wary eyes before mimicking my every action. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination born out of superstition and fear. But the more I stared into the mirror, the more convinced I became that something was amiss. It was as if my reflection had taken on a life of its own, moving independently of my own actions, its movements slow and deliberate, as if calculating its next move. I tried to rationalize the phenomenon, attributing it to a flaw in the mirror's construction or a trick of the mind. But deep down, I knew that there was something more sinister at play, something that defied logic and reason. With a sense of trepidation, I began to experiment with the mirror, testing its limits and probing its secrets. I would wave my hand in front of it, watching as my reflection mirrored my movements with an unsettling precision. I would speak to it, whispering secrets and fears into the stillness of the room, only to see my reflection's lips move in perfect synchronization with my own. The more I interacted with the mirror, the more I became convinced that it held some dark power over me, drawing me deeper into its twisted web with each passing day. It was as if the mirror were alive, feeding off my energy and using it to fuel its own malevolent intentions. I tried to distance myself from the mirror, to banish it from my thoughts and my sight. But no matter how hard I tried, it seemed to beckon to me with an irresistible allure, drawing me back into its grasp with a siren song. And then, one fateful night, as I stood before the mirror, staring into its depths with a mixture of fascination and dread, I saw something that chilled me to the bone. My reflection's eyes were no longer wary or watchful. They were filled with a hunger that seemed to consume me from within. And as I watched in horror, my reflection reached out a hand, pressing it against the surface of the mirror with a force that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of reality. With a cry of fear and disbelief, I stumbled backwards, tripping over my own feet as I scrambled to escape the mirror's grasp. But it was too late. The mirror had ensnared me in its clutches, pulling me closer with a magnetic force that I could not resist. As I gazed into its depths, I felt myself being drawn deeper and deeper and deeper into the darkness, my reflection's eyes boring into mine with an intensity that threatened to consume me whole. And in that moment, I knew that I was lost, that I had become nothing more than a pawn in the mirror's twisted game. But even as fear threatened to overwhelm me, a spark of defiance ignited within me, burning brightly against the darkness that surrounded me. With a strength born of desperation, I reached out a hand, pressing it against the surface of the mirror with a determination that bordered on madness. And then, with a flash of blinding light, the mirror shattered into a million pieces, sending shards of glass flying in all directions. I stumbled backwards, shielding my face from the onslaught, as the darkness that had consumed me was banished into oblivion. As I stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of the mirror, I felt a sense of relief wash over me, a sense of freedom that I had not felt in far too long. And as I turned away from the shattered remnants of the mirror, I knew that I had finally broken free from its grasp, that I was once again the master of my own destiny. Story 7. Moving into a new rental was supposed to be an exciting, fresh start for me. The apartment was charming, with its hardwood floors, cozy fireplace, and plenty of natural light streaming in through the windows. But there was one feature that wasn't mentioned in the rental listing: a locked basement door. At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, it was not uncommon for older homes to have basements, and perhaps the landlord had simply forgotten to mention it. But as the days turned into weeks, and I settled into my new home, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered whenever I passed by the locked door. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just a storage space, nothing more. But then one night, as I lay in bed reading, I heard a faint shuffling sound emanating from beneath the locked door. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling, or perhaps a rodent scurrying about in the darkness. But as the noise persisted, growing louder and more insistent with each passing moment, I knew that there was something more sinister at play. With a sense of trepidation, I crept out of bed and made my way to the basement door, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was old and weathered, with a heavy padlock securing it shut. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the lock as I debated whether to investigate further. But curiosity got the better of me, and with a trembling hand I reached for the lock and turned the key. The door creaked open with a protesting groan, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing with all manner of horrifying possibilities, but then I squared my shoulders and descended into the unknown. The basement was musty and dimly lit, with cobwebs clinging to the walls and dust motes dancing in the air. I shivered involuntarily as a chill ran down my spine, the sense of foreboding growing stronger with each step I took. And then, as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw a figure huddled in the corner, its back pressed against the wall as it whimpered softly to itself. My heart lurched in my chest as I approached, my footsteps echoing in the silence of the basement. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing off the walls. "Are you okay?" The figure flinched at the sound of my voice, its movements jerky and uncertain. As I drew closer, I could see that it was a woman, her face streaked with tears and her clothes torn and disheveled. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice soft with concern. "How did you get down here?" The woman looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't know," she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was walking home from work, and then suddenly I was here, trapped in this basement." I felt a surge of sympathy for the woman, but I knew that I couldn't leave her down here alone. With a sense of determination, I reached out a hand and helped her to her feet, guiding her up the stairs and out into the light of the main floor. As we emerged from the basement, I saw the landlord standing in the doorway, his face pale with shock. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "I found her trapped in the basement," I explained, gesturing to the woman beside me. "I don't know how she got there, but she needs help." The landlord's eyes widened in horror as he took in the scene before him. "That's impossible," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of my racing heart. "That basement has been sealed shut for years. There's no way anyone could have gotten in." But even as he spoke, I knew that something was terribly wrong. The woman beside me was living proof that the basement was not as empty as it seemed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this mystery than met the eye. With a sense of determination, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the locked basement door, no matter the cost. And as I looked into the woman's eyes, filled with gratitude and relief, I knew that I was on the right path, that together we would uncover the secrets hidden within the darkness. Story 8. The night was still and silent, the darkness pressing in around me like a suffocating blanket as I lay in bed, my mind drifting in and out of sleep. But then, with a start, I jolted awake, a sense of unease prickling at the edges of my consciousness. At first, I couldn't pinpoint what had awakened me. The room was shrouded in darkness, with nothing but the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the curtains to illuminate the space. But then, as I lay there in the silence, I felt it, a weight on the other side of the bed, as if someone were lying there beside me. My heart leaped into my throat as I turned to face the empty space beside me, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. But there was nothing there, only the empty expanse of the bed stretching out before me. I shook my head, chiding myself for letting my imagination run wild. It was just a trick of the mind, I told myself, a remnant of a dream, perhaps, or the lingering effects of a restless night's sleep. But even as I tried to rationalize the sensation, a chill ran down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was something undeniably unsettling about the feeling of emptiness that hung in the air, as if the absence of a presence were more palpable than its presence itself. With a sense of trepidation, I reached out a hand, expecting to feel nothing but the cool sheets beneath my fingertips. But to my surprise, my hand met with resistance, a subtle pressure against my palm, as if someone were pushing back from the other side. I gasped in shock, my heart pounding in my chest as I recoiled from the sensation. There was no denying it now. There was something in the bed with me, something unseen and unknown, lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness. With a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, I leaped out of bed, my feet hitting the floor with a soft thud as I stumbled backwards. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands shaking with fear as I struggled to find purchase in the darkness. And then, with a flicker of light, the room was bathed in illumination, revealing the empty expanse of the bed before me. There was no sign of anyone or anything lurking in the shadows, no indication of the presence that had haunted my thoughts just moments before. I stood there for a moment, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had it all been a dream, a figment of my overactive imagination? Or was there truly something lurking in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? With a sense of dread gnawing at the edges of my sanity, I made my way around the room, checking every corner and crevice for any sign of an intruder. But aside from the empty silence that enveloped me like a shroud, there was nothing out of the ordinary, no sign of the presence that had haunted my thoughts just moments before. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that lingered like a shadow, telling myself that it was all in my head. But deep down, I knew that there was something more to this mystery than met the eye, something lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. As I climbed back into bed, my mind raced with 1,000 questions, each more terrifying than the last. Who or what had been lying beside me in the darkness? And what did it want from me? But try as I might, I couldn't find any answers, only the lingering sense of unease that settled over me like a heavy weight. And as I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep, I knew that the mystery of the other side of the bed would haunt my dreams for nights to come, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of my reality. Story 9. As I drove down the lonely stretch of highway, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. My stomach rumbled, a reminder that I hadn't eaten since breakfast. That's when I saw it, nestled between the trees like a forgotten relic from another era, a roadside diner. The place seemed stuck in time, its neon sign flickering weakly against the encroaching darkness. I pulled into the gravel lot, the crunch of stones beneath my tires echoing in the quiet evening air. As I stepped out of my car, a chill ran down my spine. There was something eerie about this place, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Pushing open the creaky door, I entered the diner. The interior was dimly lit, the glow of fluorescent lights casting a sickly pallor over the few patrons scattered throughout the room. They sat motionless, their eyes glazed over, staring blankly ahead as if lost in some deep trance. I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should stay or leave, but my hunger got the better of me. I slid into a booth and picked up the laminated menu, its edges worn and frayed with age. A waitress appeared at my table, her expression vacant as she took my order without a word. As I waited for my food, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled over me like a heavy fog. The silence in the diner was oppressive, broken only by the occasional clatter of dishes from the kitchen. I glanced around nervously, half expecting the other patrons to suddenly spring to life, but they remained as still as statues. When my food finally arrived, I found it difficult to muster up an appetite. The burger sat on my plate, its bun slightly soggy, the fries limp and greasy. I pushed the food around with my fork, my hunger forgotten in the face of the overwhelming sense of dread that hung in the air like a thick fog. As I forced down a few bites, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I wanted nothing more than to leave this place behind, to put as much distance between myself and this eerie diner as possible. But when I glanced out the window, I realized with a sinking feeling that the night had swallowed up the world outside, leaving me stranded in this strange and unsettling place. With a heavy heart, I pushed away my half-eaten meal and rose from the booth. The waitress appeared at my side, her eyes glassy and unfocused, as she silently placed the bill on the table. I dug into my pocket for some cash, eager to pay and be on my way, but when I looked up again, she was gone. Panic surged through me as I realized that I was alone in the diner, the other patrons nowhere to be seen. I stumbled towards the door, my heart pounding in my chest as I fumbled with the lock. With a final desperate twist, the door swung open, and I burst out into the night. But as I stepped outside, I realized with a sinking feeling that something was terribly wrong. The diner was gone, vanished into thin air, as if it had never existed. I stood alone in the darkness, the only sound the distant hum of passing cars on the highway. Frantically, I pulled out my phone and opened up the Maps app, but no matter how many times I searched, the diner was nowhere to be found. It was as if it had been swallowed up by the earth, erased from existence without a trace. Trembling, I climbed back into my car and drove away, putting as much distance between myself and that strange, forgotten diner as possible. But no matter how far I traveled, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was still out there somewhere, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim. Story 10. The painting had always hung in the hallway, a silent observer of the comings and goings of daily life. At first glance, it seemed like any other piece of art, a serene landscape rendered in soft pastel colors, with no hint of the secrets it held within its depths. But then, one day, as I passed by on my way to the kitchen, something caught my eye, a subtle shift in the painting, so slight that I almost missed it. Intrigued, I paused in front of the canvas, my eyes widening in disbelief as I realized what had changed. The serene landscape had been replaced by a scene of the hallway itself, with every detail rendered in meticulous detail: the pattern of the wallpaper, the texture of the carpet, even the faint flicker of the light bulb overhead. And standing right where I was a figure, a shadowy silhouette that seemed to blend seamlessly into the background, its features obscured by the darkness. I blinked in astonishment, unable to tear my eyes away from the painting before me. How was it possible for the artist to have captured such a perfect likeness of the hallway, right down to the smallest detail? And who or what was the figure standing in the center of the canvas? With a sense of trepidation, I reached out a hand, tentatively tracing the outline of the figure with my fingertips. But as my hand made contact with the canvas, a jolt of electricity shot through me, causing me to recoil in shock. The figure seemed to flicker and shift before my eyes, its features morphing and changing with each passing moment. One moment, it was a faceless silhouette, blending seamlessly into the darkness. The next, it was a spectral apparition, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this some kind of elaborate prank, or had the painting truly come to life before my eyes? As I stood there in the hallway, my mind racing with 1,000 questions, a voice spoke from behind me, a voice that sent a shiver racing down my spine. "Do you see it too?" the voice whispered, its words barely audible over the pounding of my heart. I turned to see my roommate standing there, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the painting before us. "I thought I was going crazy," she continued, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "But now I see that I'm not alone." I looked back at the painting, my mind reeling with disbelief. If my roommate could see the figure too, then it wasn't just a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination, it was real, or as real as anything could be in a world where paintings came to life before your very eyes. With a sense of determination, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the mysterious painting, no matter the cost. But as I studied the canvas before me, I realized that there was more to this mystery than met the eye, that the painting held secrets far deeper than I could have ever imagined. As days turned into weeks, I found myself drawn back to the painting time and time again, unable to shake the feeling that it held some deeper significance. I spent hours studying its every detail, searching for clues that might shed light on its origins or purpose. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. It was as if the painting itself were taunting me, teasing me with its enigmatic presence and maddening silence. And then, one fateful night, as I stood before the painting, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The figure in the painting had moved just slightly, almost imperceptibly, but enough to send a shiver racing down my spine. Its eyes seemed to bore into mine, filled with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. With a sense of mounting dread, I realized that the figure was no longer content to remain trapped within the confines of the canvas. It wanted out, and it would stop at nothing to achieve its goal. With trembling hands, I reached for the painting, intending to remove it from the wall and banish it from my sight forever. But as my fingers brushed against the canvas, the figure reached out a hand, its fingers curling around mine with a strength that defied explanation. And then, with a blinding flash of light, the painting exploded into a million pieces, sending shards of canvas flying in all directions. I stumbled backwards, shielding my face from the onslaught, as the darkness that had consumed the hallway was banished into oblivion. As I stood there, surrounded by the wreckage of the painting, I knew that I had finally uncovered the truth behind its mysterious origins. And as I turned away from the shattered remnants of the canvas, I knew that I would never be able to forget the horrors that had lurked within its depths, waiting to be unleashed upon the world. Story 11. Every morning, like clockwork, I ventured out into the misty embrace of the dawn, accompanied by my faithful companion, a golden retriever named Max. Our routine was simple: a brisk walk through the quiet streets of our neighborhood, the rhythmic tapping of our footsteps mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves in the early morning breeze. But lately, our peaceful routine had been disrupted by an unsettling presence, a figure shrouded in the thick veil of fog that blanketed the streets each morning. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination born from the swirling mists that danced on the edge of my vision. But as the days passed, the figure grew more distinct, more tangible, until it could no longer be ignored. It stood at the edge of the park, a solitary silhouette against the backdrop of gray. Its features were obscured by the fog, its form shifting and wavering like a specter summoned from the depths of the unknown. At first, I tried to convince myself that it was just a trick of the light, a figment of my overactive imagination, but deep down, I knew better. Max sensed it too, his hackles raised as he strained against the leash, his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure looming in the distance. I tried to pull him away, to steer him clear of whatever lurked in the fog, but he refused to budge, his instincts telling him that danger lay ahead. Every morning the figure seemed to draw closer, its presence growing more oppressive with each passing day. I could feel its eyes on me, burning into my soul with a cold intensity that sent shivers down my spine. And yet, despite my growing sense of unease, I couldn't bring myself to look away. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was nothing more than a harmless apparition, a trick of the mind brought on by the early morning mist. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. There was something sinister about the figure in the fog, something that filled me with a sense of dread unlike anything I had ever known. As the days turned into weeks, the figure drew closer still, its form taking on a grotesque semblance of humanity. I could make out its features now, twisted and contorted into a grotesque mask of malice. Its eyes burned with a fierce intensity, pinning me in place with their unrelenting gaze. I tried to avoid it, to alter my route in the hopes of steering clear of whatever dark force lurked in the fog. But no matter which way I turned, it was always there, waiting for me with a patience born from the depths of eternity. I confided in my neighbors, hoping that they might offer some explanation for the strange phenomenon that had invaded our quiet corner of the world. But they shook their heads in confusion, their expressions mirroring my own sense of unease. "It's just the fog playing tricks on your mind," they said, their voices tinged with uncertainty. "There's nothing out there but shadows and mist." But I knew better. I could feel it in my bones, a primal instinct honed over countless generations of survival in a world teeming with unseen dangers. There was something out there in the fog, something ancient and malevolent, lurking just beyond the edge of perception. Desperate for answers, I turned to the internet, scouring forums and message boards in search of others who had encountered similar experiences. But my efforts were in vain, the stories I found ranging from the mundane to the outright absurd. And then one fateful morning, everything changed. As Max and I made our way through the fog-shrouded streets, the figure emerged from the mist, its form solid and unmistakable in the wan light of dawn. I froze in place, my heart pounding in my chest as it took a single, deliberate step towards me. Max growled low in his throat, his fur bristling with a primal instinct that mirrored my own sense of impending doom. But before I could react, the figure spoke, its voice a cold whisper that cut through the silence like a knife. "Come," it said, its words echoing in the empty expanse of the park. "Come with me, and all your questions will be answered." I wanted to run, to flee from whatever dark force had invaded my world and threatened to consume me whole. But something held me in place, a morbid curiosity born from the depths of my own fear. With a trembling hand, I reached out to Max, my fingers closing around his leash in a desperate bid for reassurance. He met my gaze with a silent understanding, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and determination that mirrored my own. And then, with a final glance back at the world I was leaving behind, I stepped into the fog, the figure's outstretched hand beckoning me into the unknown. Story 12. The envelope arrived on a crisp autumn morning, nestled among the stack of bills and junk mail that cluttered my mailbox. At first I didn't pay it much attention, assuming it was just another piece of unwanted solicitation or perhaps a belated birthday card from a distant relative. But as I sorted through the pile, my fingers brushed against the smooth surface of the envelope, and I paused, curiosity piqued. It was an elegant cream-colored envelope, the kind you might expect to see for a wedding invitation. My name was written in elegant script across the front, the ink dark and precise. Frowning, I tore open the envelope and withdrew the contents, a crisp white card adorned with delicate floral designs. My heart skipped a beat as I read the words printed in swirling letters at the center of the card. You are cordially invited to the wedding of my name. I blinked, my mind struggling to process the words before me. A wedding. But I wasn't engaged. In fact, I hadn't even been on a date in months. The idea of me getting married seemed about as likely as pigs sprouting wings and taking flight. Confused and more than a little intrigued, I turned the card over, searching for some clue as to who had sent it. But the back was blank, devoid of any markings or signatures. I sat there for a long moment, the invitation clutched in my hand, as 1,000 questions raced through my mind. Who would send me such a thing? And why? Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I reached for my phone, dialing the number printed on the card. After several rings, a voice answered on the other end, a woman's voice, soft and melodic. Hello, she said, her tone tinged with curiosity. Hi, my name, I stammered, feeling awkward and unsure. I received an invitation to a wedding, and it's addressed to me. But I'm not engaged. There was a pause on the other end of the line, and for a moment, I feared I had dialed the wrong number, or that the person on the other end would hang up on me. But then the woman spoke again, her voice calm and reassuring. Ah, yes, my name, she said. We've been expecting your call. I blinked, taken aback by her words. Expecting my call, I repeated, confusion knotting my brow. But yes, the woman said. You see, the invitation was not sent by mistake. It was sent with purpose. I felt a chill run down my spine at her cryptic words. What do you mean? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The woman sighed, and I could hear the rustle of paper as she shuffled through some documents. I'm afraid I can't reveal too much over the phone, she said, but I can assure you that everything will become clear in due time. My head was spinning, my thoughts a jumbled mess of confusion and disbelief. But why me? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. I don't understand any of this. The woman's tone softened, sympathy lacing her words. All will be revealed soon enough, she said. For now, just know that you are not alone in this. With that cryptic message, she bid me farewell and hung up the phone, leaving me alone in the silence of my apartment, the invitation still clutched tightly in my hand. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered like a shadow over my every waking moment. Who had sent me the invitation? And what did they want from me? I tried to put it out of my mind, to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. But the invitation haunted me, a constant reminder of the mystery that loomed over me like a dark cloud. As the days turned into weeks, I found myself consumed by a sense of foreboding, a feeling that something momentous was about to happen, something that would change the course of my life forever. And then, one evening, as I sat alone in my apartment, the phone rang. I hesitated for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest, before reaching out to answer it. Hello, I said, my voice tentative. Hello came from the familiar voice of the woman from the wedding invitation. It's time. My breath caught in my throat. my pulse quickening with a mixture of excitement and fear. "Time for what I asked," my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause on the other end of the line, as if the woman were gathering her thoughts. "Time for your wedding," she said finally. I felt the blood drain from my face, my mind reeling at her words. "My wedding," I repeated, disbelief coloring my tone. "Yes," the woman said. "Your wedding. It's happening tonight." Before I could protest or ask any more questions, she hung up the phone, leaving me alone in the suffocating silence of my apartment. For a long moment, I sat there in stunned silence, trying to process the enormity of what had just happened. My wedding? Tonight? It seemed impossible, absurd even. And yet, deep down, I knew that it was true. With trembling hands, I reached for the invitation, the words printed on the card suddenly taking on a new significance. "You are cordially invited to the wedding of my name." I didn't know what awaited me at the end of this strange and unexpected journey, but one thing was certain: I couldn't ignore the call of destiny any longer. It was time to embrace the unknown, to step boldly into the future, and to see where this path would lead me. Story 13. Living with a roommate had its ups and downs, but for the most part, my experience had been pretty smooth sailing. That is, until the strange incidents began. It all started innocently enough: a misplaced set of keys, a forgotten grocery list. At first, I brushed it off as simple absent-mindedness, the kind that comes with the stress of juggling work and school. But as time went on, the odd behavior became more pronounced, more unsettling. There were nights when I would wake up to find my roommate, Sarah, standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. At first, I chalked it up to sleepwalking, but when I confronted her about it the next morning, she looked at me with genuine confusion, insisting that she had no memory of ever leaving her own room. I tried to brush it off, to convince myself that I was just imagining things. But as the incidents continued to escalate, I couldn't ignore the sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach that something was seriously wrong. One night, I woke to the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway outside my room. Groggy and disoriented, I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and squinted into the darkness, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. And that's when I saw her, Sarah, standing in the doorway, her silhouette illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight streaming in through the window. She was staring at me with an intensity that made my blood run cold, her eyes wide and unblinking. I opened my mouth to speak, to ask her what she was doing, but no words came out. I could only stare back at her, paralyzed by a sense of creeping dread that seemed to seep into every corner of the room. For what felt like an eternity, we stood there, locked in a silent tableau, neither of us moving or speaking. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, Sarah turned and disappeared back into her own room, leaving me alone in the darkness once more. The next morning, I confronted Sarah about what had happened, but she just looked at me with a mixture of confusion and concern. "I don't know what you're talking about," she insisted. "I was asleep all night." I wanted to believe her, I really did. But deep down, I knew that something wasn't right. There was a darkness lurking behind Sarah's eyes, a shadowy presence that seemed to hover just beneath the surface of her outwardly calm demeanor. As the days passed, I found myself growing more and more uneasy around Sarah, unable to shake the feeling that she was watching me, studying me with an intensity that bordered on obsession. I tried to distance myself from her, to spend more time away from the apartment in the hopes that whatever was plaguing Sarah would eventually pass. But no matter where I went or what I did, I couldn't escape the feeling of unease that clung to me like a second skin. And then, one night, everything came to a head. I woke to the sound of Sarah's voice echoing through the apartment, a low, guttural sound that sent a chill down my spine. Heart pounding in my chest, I stumbled out of bed and followed the sound, my footsteps echoing in the darkness as I made my way towards Sarah's room. What I found there will haunt me for the rest of my days. Sarah was standing in the center of the room, her eyes glazed over and unfocused as she muttered incomprehensible words under her breath. Her hands were clenched into fists at her sides, and her body seemed to sway with an unnatural rhythm that sent a shiver down my spine. "Sarah," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "What are you doing?" But she didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge my presence as she continued to mutter and sway in the darkness. Terrified, I took a step back, my mind reeling with 1,000 unanswered questions. What had happened to Sarah, and what was causing her to act this way? Before I could gather the courage to speak again, Sarah's eyes snapped open, and she turned to face me with a look of pure malice that chilled me to the bone. "You shouldn't have come here," she hissed, her voice cold and venomous. "You shouldn't have interfered." And then, with a speed that seemed impossible, she lunged towards me, her hands outstretched as if to grab hold of me and drag me into the darkness with her. I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest as I scrambled to get away from her. But before I could reach the safety of the door, Sarah's hands closed around my throat, cutting off my air supply as she pinned me against the wall with a strength that seemed beyond human. I gasped for breath, my vision swimming as darkness crept in at the edges. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Sarah released her grip on my throat and stumbled backwards, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. For a moment we stood there, locked in a silent standoff, neither of us moving or speaking. And then, with a strangled cry, Sarah turned and fled from the room, leaving me alone in the darkness once more. I stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for breath as I struggled to make sense of what had just happened. And as I stood there, shaking and disoriented, I knew one thing for certain: whatever was happening to Sarah, it was far from over. And I was terrified to think what might happen next. Story 14. It started innocuously enough, with a bouquet of roses left on my doorstep one morning. At first I assumed it was a thoughtful gesture from a friend or admirer, but as the days passed and the gifts kept coming, I began to feel a creeping sense of unease. Each day brought something new: a box of chocolates, a bottle of expensive perfume, a piece of jewelry, and with each gift came a note, signed with my own name in elegant script. At first I tried to convince myself that it was all just a harmless prank, the work of a well-meaning friend with a warped sense of humor. But as the gifts grew more extravagant and the notes more intimate, I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. I confided in my friends and family, hoping that they could offer some insight or comfort. But their assurances did little to ease my fears. If anything, they only served to deepen my sense of dread, as they too struggled to make sense of the strange and unsettling situation. I considered going to the police, but without any concrete evidence or a clear suspect, I knew that there was little they could do to help. And so, I resigned myself to living in a state of constant vigilance, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering when the next gift would arrive. But then, one evening, as I was returning home from work, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a figure lurking in the shadows across the street. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickened my pace, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as a sense of primal fear washed over me. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking as I struggled to unlock the door. And then, just as I managed to slip inside and slam the door shut behind me, I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible over the sound of my racing heartbeat. "Good night, my love." I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I strained to hear any sign of movement outside. But there was nothing, only the sound of my own panicked breathing and the pounding of my heart in my chest. For a long moment I stood there, rooted to the spot, unsure of what to do next. And then, with a sudden burst of adrenaline, I dashed to the window and peered out into the darkness, hoping to catch a glimpse of whoever had been lurking outside. But the street was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the street lights, with no sign of the mysterious figure who had been watching me. I scanned the shadows for any sign of movement, but there was nothing, only the stillness of the night. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that whoever was behind the gifts and the notes was still out there, still watching, still waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I spent the rest of the night on edge, jumping at every sound and jumping at every shadow, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who was behind the gifts, and what did they want from me? The next morning, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I contacted a private investigator, hoping that they could help me uncover the identity of my mysterious stalker. For days, the investigator combed through every lead, every scrap of evidence in search of the truth. But despite their best efforts, they came up empty-handed, unable to find any concrete evidence linking the gifts to a specific individual. Frustrated and afraid, I began to wonder if I would ever uncover the truth behind the gifts and the notes. But then, just when I was about to give up hope, a breakthrough came, a single clue that would change everything. It came in the form of a small, seemingly innocuous detail, a faint scent of perfume lingering on one of the notes. At first, I dismissed it as irrelevant, just another piece of the puzzle that didn't quite fit. But then, as I examined the note more closely, I realized that the perfume was one that I had never worn before, one that I had never even heard of. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I rushed to the nearest department store, hoping to find some clue as to where the perfume had come from. And there, on a shelf lined with dozens of bottles, I found a bottle of perfume that matched the scent exactly, its label bearing a name that sent a chill down my spine. It was a name that I recognized all too well, a name that belonged to someone I had once trusted, someone I had once loved. With a sense of horror and disbelief, I realized that my stalker was none other than my ex-partner, a man who had once claimed to love me, but who had ultimately betrayed my trust in the most unimaginable way. I confronted him, demanding to know why he had been sending me the gifts and the notes, why he had been watching me from the shadows like some twisted voyeur. At first, he denied everything, insisting that he had nothing to do with the gifts or the notes. But as I pressed him for answers, his facade began to crumble, and the truth came spilling out in a torrent of lies and half-truths. He confessed to everything: the gifts, the notes, the late-night visits to my doorstep. He claimed that he had never stopped loving me, that he couldn't bear to see me move on without him. But his words fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the overwhelming sense of betrayal and violation that washed over me like a tidal wave. I realized then that I could never trust him again, that our relationship was irreparably damaged beyond repair. And so, with a heavy heart and a sense of finality, I turned my back on him and walked away, leaving behind the darkness and the fear that had consumed me for so long. In the end, I realized that the truest gift of all was the knowledge that I was stronger than I had ever imagined, that I could overcome even the most terrifying of obstacles and emerge stronger on the other side. And as I stepped out into the light of a new day, I knew that I would never again allow anyone to hold power over me in the way that my stalker had. Story 15. The library was always my sanctuary, a place where the musty scent of old books mingled with the hushed whispers of knowledge. As I wandered through the aisles, my fingers trailed along the spines, each one holding the promise of a new adventure. On this particular day, I found myself drawn to a weathered volume tucked away in the corner of the library, a book that seemed to beckon to me with its faded cover and worn pages. Intrigued, I reached out and pulled it from the shelf, running my fingers over the cracked leather binding. The title reads simply The Book of Fate. Curiosity piqued. I flipped open the cover and began to read. The pages were filled with cryptic symbols and arcane diagrams, each one more enigmatic than the last. But as I delved deeper, I realized that there was something more to this book than met the eye. Scattered throughout the text were notes written in a delicate hand, the ink faded with age. I squinted as I tried to make out the words, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized what I was reading. The notes were discussing details about my life events that had not yet come to pass, choices I had yet to make, and yet they were written as if they were fact, each prediction laid out with an eerie certainty. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read on, the words pulling me deeper into their web of intrigue. The notes spoke of love and loss, triumph and tragedy, weaving a tapestry of my future that I could scarcely comprehend. And then, as I turned the page, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. It was a prediction of my death, dated 50 years in the future. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I read the words, my hands trembling as I struggled to come to terms with what I had just discovered. How could this be possible? How could someone have known the details of my life and written them down in this book 50 years ago? I slammed the book shut, the sound echoing through the library like a thunderclap. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it all, but the answers eluded me like shadows slipping through my fingers. With a sense of mounting dread, I tucked the book under my arm and hurried from the library, the weight of its revelations pressing down on me like a leaden shroud. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a dark cloud. Everywhere I went, I felt as if I were being watched, as if the very walls themselves were closing in on me. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, I received a letter in the mail. It was handwritten, the ink smudged and faded with age. With trembling hands, I tore open the envelope and began to read. The letter was from a woman named Margaret, and as I read her words, I felt a chill run down my spine. She claimed to be the author of the notes in the book, the same notes that had sent my world spiraling into chaos. According to Margaret, she had stumbled upon the book 50 years ago, hidden away in the attic of an old house. Intrigued by its contents, she had begun to write her own notes in the margins, documenting the details of her life as she saw them unfold. But as the years passed, Margaret claimed something strange began to happen. The predictions in the book started to come true, every word, every event unfolding exactly as they had been written down all those years ago. Terrified by what she had unleashed, Margaret had hidden the book away, hoping to spare others from the same fate. But now, she said, it was time for the truth to come to light. As I finished reading the letter, I felt a sense of disbelief wash over me. Could it really be possible? Could this book truly hold the key to my destiny, written in its pages 50 years ago by a woman I had never met? With a sense of trepidation, I returned to the library, the book clutched tightly in my hands. I flipped open the cover and began to read once more, the words swimming before my eyes like phantoms in the darkness. But this time as I read, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. The predictions in the book no longer filled me with fear, they filled me with a sense of purpose, a sense of clarity that I had never known before. For the first time in my life, I felt as if I knew where I was going, as if the path before me had been laid out with a certainty that was both terrifying and exhilarating. And as I closed the book for the final time, I knew that my fate was sealed not by the whims of chance, but by the hand of destiny itself. Story 16. The whispers started softly, barely audible over the hum of the city outside my apartment window. At first, I dismissed them as the product of an overactive imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by the late hour and the eerie stillness of the night. But as the nights passed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they seemed to fill every corner of my apartment with their hushed tones. I tried to ignore them, to drown them out with the sound of the television or the music from my headphones, but no matter what I did, they persisted. It was as if the walls themselves had come alive with secrets, their hidden voices murmuring secrets and half-truths that sent shivers racing down my spine. I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, that the stress of work and the isolation of city living had finally taken their toll on my sanity. But deep down, I knew that something was terribly wrong. One night, unable to bear the whispers any longer, I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to catch every word. At first, all I could hear was a faint murmur, like the distant rush of a river flowing through the darkness. But then, as I listened closer, the words began to take shape, forming coherent sentences that sent a chill racing down my spine. "He knows," one voice whispered, its tone tinged with fear. "He's on to us," another replied, its voice sharp with panic. I recoiled in horror, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was hearing. Who were these voices? And what did they want with me? For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a heavy fog. Everywhere I went, I felt as if I were being watched, as if the very walls themselves were closing in on me. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it any longer, I received a letter in the mail. It was handwritten, the ink smudged and faded with age. With trembling hands, I tore open the envelope and began to read. The letter was from a man named Daniel, and as I read his words, I felt a chill run down my spine. He claimed to be the source of the whispers, the same whispers that had haunted my nights and tormented my dreams. According to Daniel, he had been trapped in the walls of my apartment for years, his spirit bound to the building by forces beyond his control. He had watched as countless tenants had come and gone, their lives playing out before him like scenes in a never-ending play. But when I moved in, something had changed. He had sensed a connection, a link between us that defied explanation. And now, he said, it was time for the truth to come to light. As I finished reading the letter, I felt a sense of disbelief wash over me. Could it really be possible? Could the whispers that had plagued me for so long truly be the voice of a trapped soul, reaching out from the other side in a desperate bid for release? With a sense of trepidation, I returned to my apartment, the letter clutched tightly in my hands. I pressed my ear against the wall once more, straining to hear the faint whispers that filled the air. And then, as if in response to my presence, the voices grew louder, their words tumbling over each other in a frantic rush. "He's here," one voice hissed, its tone filled with malice. "He must be stopped," another replied, its voice cold and calculating. I recoiled in horror, the blood pounding in my ears as I struggled to make sense of what I was hearing. Who were these voices, and what did they want from me? With a sense of mounting dread, I began to search my apartment, tearing through drawers and cabinets in search of answers. And then, hidden away in the back of a closet, I found a small wooden box, its surface etched with strange symbols and sigils. With trembling hands, I opened the box and peered inside, my heart skipping a beat as I beheld its contents. Inside lay a series of old photographs, each one depicting scenes from my own life, moments that I had long since forgotten, frozen in time like ghosts from the past. But as I flipped through the images, I realized that there was something more to them than met the eye. Scrawled on the back of each photograph were words that sent a chill racing down my spine. "He's getting closer," one inscription read, its letters jagged and frantic. "We must act quickly," another replied, its tone filled with urgency. I felt a cold sweat break out on my brow as I stared at the photographs, my mind reeling with the implications of what I had discovered. Who had taken these pictures? And why had they been hidden away in my apartment, waiting to be found? As I pondered these questions, a sudden realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. The photographs, the whispers, the letter from Daniel, they were all connected, pieces of a puzzle that had been waiting for me to uncover them. With a newfound sense of determination, I set out to unravel the mystery that had consumed my life, following the clues wherever they led. And as I delved deeper into the darkness, I realized that the truth was far more terrifying than anything I could have imagined. For hidden within the walls of my apartment was a secret that had been waiting for me to discover it, waiting for me to set it free. And now that I had, there was no turning back. But as I prepared to confront the darkness that lurked within, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were following my every move, waiting for the moment to strike. And as the whispers grew louder, filling the air with their ominous warnings, I knew that my journey was far from over. For in the heart of the darkness, something was stirring, something ancient and malevolent, waiting to claim me as its own. Story 17. It was a typical bustling day in the heart of the city, a sea of faces moving through the crowded streets, each lost in their own thoughts and worries. I was making my way through the throng, my mind wandering as I dodged and weaved through the mass of humanity. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, a woman who looked exactly like me, standing in the middle of the crowd with a look of horror etched on her face. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as our eyes met, twin mirrors reflecting back the shock and disbelief that coursed through both of us. I froze, unable to tear my gaze away from the woman who stood before me, her features mirroring my own in a way that sent a shiver down my spine. Who was she? And how was it possible that she looked so much like me? But before I could gather my wits and approach her, the woman turned and bolted, disappearing into the crowd like a ghost in the night. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Or had I truly seen someone who looked exactly like me standing there in the crowd? Shaken but determined, I pushed my way through the throng, desperate to find the woman who had vanished before my eyes. But no matter how hard I searched, she was nowhere to be found, as if she had simply melted away into the shadows. Confused and more than a little unnerved, I eventually gave up the search and made my way home, my mind racing with a million unanswered questions. Who was she, and what did she want from me? For days I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the woman I had seen in the crowd was still out there somewhere, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, that I was letting my fears get the better of me. But deep down I knew that something strange and inexplicable was happening, something that defied rational explanation. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any weirder, I received a package in the mail, a small, nondescript box wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. There was no return address, no indication of who it was from, but something about the package sent a chill down my spine. With trembling hands, I unwrapped the package and lifted the lid, my breath catching in my throat as I saw what lay inside: a photograph, old and faded with age, showing two women standing side by side, their arms wrapped around each other in a tight embrace. At first, I didn't recognize either of the women in the photograph, but as I studied the image more closely, I realized with a shock that one of them was me, or at least, she looked exactly like me, down to the smallest detail. My heart raced as I examined the photograph, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was the other woman? And how was it possible that she looked so much like me? And then, as if in answer to my unspoken question, a memory stirred deep within the recesses of my mind, a memory of a childhood friend, a girl who had once been my closest companion. We had grown up together, inseparable from the day we first met. But as we grew older, we drifted apart, our lives taking us in different directions until we eventually lost touch. But now, as I looked at the photograph in my hands, I realized with a sinking feeling that my childhood friend was the woman I had seen in the crowd, the woman who looked exactly like me. But why had she run away when she saw me? And what did she want from me after all these years? With a sense of determination burning in my chest, I set out to find answers, to unravel the mystery of the woman who looked like me and the connection we shared. It wasn't easy, but eventually I managed to track down my childhood friend, her address tucked away in an old yearbook buried deep in the back of my closet. With trembling hands, I dialed the number and waited anxiously for her to pick up. When she answered, her voice was tentative, as if she didn't recognize the person on the other end of the line. But as I spoke, telling her who I was and what I had discovered, the tension seemed to melt away, replaced by a sense of relief and recognition. She agreed to meet me, and we arranged to meet at a small cafe on the outskirts of town. As I waited for her to arrive, my mind raced with 1,000 unanswered questions. What had happened to her after we lost touch? And why had she run away when she saw me in the crowd? When she finally arrived, I was struck once again by how much she looked like me, her features a mirror image of my own. But as we sat down and began to talk, I realized that there was so much more to her than just her appearance. She told me about her life since we had last seen each other, about the struggles she had faced and the challenges she had overcome. And as she spoke, I felt a sense of kinship with her, a connection that went beyond mere physical resemblance. And then, just when I thought I had finally found the answers I was seeking, she dropped a bombshell that left me reeling. "I've been watching you," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Ever since we lost touch, I've been keeping tabs on you, trying to make sure you were safe." I stared at her, my mind racing as I tried to process her words. But why, I asked, confusion clouding my thoughts. She hesitated for a moment, as if struggling to find the right words. And then, with a sigh, she began to tell me the truth about our connection, about the strange and inexplicable bond that tied us together. It turned out that we were more than just childhood friends. We were twins, separated at birth and raised in different families without ever knowing of each other's existence. It was a shocking revelation, one that turned my world upside down and left me questioning everything I thought I knew about myself and my past. But as I looked into her eyes, I knew that she was telling the truth, that she was the missing piece of the puzzle that had haunted me for so long. And as we sat there, two halves of a whole, I realized that the woman I had seen in the crowd was more than just a reflection of myself. She was a part of me, a piece of my own identity that I had been searching for without even knowing it. In the end, I discovered that sometimes the answers we seek are closer than we think, hidden in plain sight, just waiting to be uncovered. And as I embraced my long-lost sister, I knew that I had finally found the missing piece of myself that I had been searching for all along. Story 18. The shadow followed me everywhere, a silent companion in a world filled with noise and chaos. No matter where I went or what I did, it was always there, lurking just out of sight, a dark specter haunting the edges of my vision. At first, I tried to ignore it, dismissing it as a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months, I began to realize that there was something more to this shadow than met the eye. It didn't behave like any other shadow I had ever encountered. While the shadows cast by people and objects shifted and changed with the movement of the sun, this one remained constant, a dark blot against the backdrop of my life. I tried to rationalize its presence, telling myself that it was just a quirk of nature, a glitch in the matrix, if you will. But deep down, I knew that there was something sinister about this shadow, something that defied explanation. I began to notice it more and more as time went on, its presence growing ever more oppressive with each passing day. It seemed to linger on the edges of my consciousness, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. I tried to distance myself from it, to pretend that it didn't exist, but the shadow refused to be ignored. It followed me everywhere, a silent sentinel watching my every move with an intensity that sent shivers racing down my spine. And then one day, as I was walking home from work, I felt a cold chill run down my spine, a sensation unlike anything I had ever experienced before. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see the shadow lurking just out of sight, but to my surprise, there was nothing there. I shrugged it off, chalking it up to paranoia, but as I continued on my way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was as if the world around me had shifted, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder. And then, just as suddenly as it had disappeared, the shadow reappeared, looming over me like a dark cloud. I stumbled backwards in shock, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. But there was no sense to be made of it, no logic that could explain away the darkness that seemed to envelop me from all sides. It was as if I had stepped into another world, a world where the rules of nature no longer applied. I tried to run to escape the suffocating embrace of the shadow, but it was no use. It was everywhere and nowhere at once, a formless void that seemed to swallow up everything in its path. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I heard a voice that cut through the darkness like a beacon of light in the night. It was a woman's voice, soft and gentle, yet filled with a quiet strength that I couldn't ignore. "Follow me," she said, her words echoing in the darkness. "I can lead you to safety." I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I could trust her. But something in her voice told me that she spoke the truth. With a sense of determination, I set off after her, the darkness receding before us like waves on the shore. As we walked, the woman told me her story, a tale of lost souls and forgotten dreams, of shadows that lurked in the corners of the world, waiting to claim their next victim. She spoke of a place beyond the darkness, a place of light and hope, where the shadows held no power. And as we drew closer to our destination, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a sense of belonging that I had never known before. It was as if I had finally found my place in the world, a place where I could be free from the darkness that had haunted me for so long. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, our journey came to an end. We stood on the edge of a vast expanse of light, a place of beauty and wonder that seemed to stretch on for eternity. "This is where I must leave you," the woman said, her voice filled with sadness. "But remember, you are never truly alone. As long as you hold on to the light within you, the darkness can never touch you." With those words, she disappeared into the light, leaving me standing alone on the edge of the world. And as I looked out at the endless expanse before me, I knew that she was right. For in the end, it is our own inner light that guides us through the darkness, leading us ever onward on our journey through life. And as long as we hold on to that light, we can face whatever challenges may come our way, secure in the knowledge that we are never truly alone. Story 19. The street light outside my house had always been a source of comfort, a beacon of warmth and safety that greeted me each night as I made my way home from work. But lately something strange had been happening. Whenever I passed under the light, it would flicker and sputter, casting eerie shadows that danced across the pavement like ghosts in the darkness. At first, I dismissed it as a simple electrical malfunction, a glitch in the system that would surely be fixed in due time. But as the days turned into weeks and the flickering persisted, I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was at play. I tried to ignore it, to go about my daily routine as if nothing were wrong. but the flickering light seemed to follow me wherever I went, casting a pall of unease over even the most mundane of tasks. I confided in my friends and family, hoping that they could offer some rational explanation for what I was experiencing. But their assurances did little to ease my fears, as they too began to notice the strange phenomenon and wonder aloud what could be causing it. Desperate for answers, I turned to the internet, scouring forums and message boards for any mention of similar experiences. But all I found were tales of haunted houses and malevolent spirits, of beings that dwelled in the darkness and fed on the fear of those they encountered. Frustrated and afraid, I resolved to confront the source of the flickering light head-on. So one night, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of determination, I set out to unravel the mystery that had plagued me for so long. As I approached the streetlight, I could feel a sense of dread creeping over me like a suffocating blanket. The air seemed to crackle with electricity, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I drew nearer to the source of the flickering. With trembling hands, I reached out and grasped the pole that held the light, feeling the rough metal beneath my fingertips as I searched for any sign of a malfunction. But to my surprise, the light seemed to be in perfect working order, its casing secure and its wires intact. Confused and more than a little unnerved, I took a step back and cast my gaze upwards, searching for any clue as to what could be causing the strange behavior. And that's when I saw a figure lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of the streetlight's glow. For a moment I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I stared into the darkness, trying to make out the features of the mysterious figure. And then, with a sudden burst of adrenaline, I lunged forward, determined to confront whoever or whatever was responsible for the flickering light. But as I reached the spot where the figure had been standing, I found nothing but empty air, the shadows swirling around me like a thick fog. Confused and disoriented, I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with 1,000 unanswered questions. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the flickering stopped, the streetlight casting its steady glow over the pavement once more. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed, but the answers eluded me like smoke slipping through my fingers. With a heavy heart and a sense of defeat weighing heavily on my shoulders, I turned and made my way back home, the flickering light a silent reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered like a shadow over my every waking moment. Who or what had been watching me from the darkness, and what did they want from me? I tried to put it out of my mind, to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. But the flickering light haunted my dreams, casting its eerie glow over my restless sleep like a silent sentinel standing guard over my troubled mind. And then, one night, as I lay awake in bed, staring up at the ceiling and listening to the soft hum of the streetlight outside my window, a thought occurred to me, a thought so terrifying that it sent a chill down my spine. What if the flickering light wasn't just a malfunction? What if it was a warning from something beyond the realm of human understanding, something ancient and malevolent that lurked in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? With a sense of dread gnawing at my insides, I resolved to uncover the truth behind the flickering light, no matter the cost. So, armed once again with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of determination, I set out to confront the darkness head-on. As I approached the streetlight, I could feel a sense of foreboding settling over me like a thick fog. The air seemed to grow colder, and the sounds of the city faded into the background as I drew nearer to the source of the flickering. With each step, my heart pounded in my chest, the fear and uncertainty threatening to overwhelm me. But I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to uncover the truth and put an end to the darkness that had consumed me for so long. And then, just as I reached the spot where the flickering had begun, I saw a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness, its form indistinct and ephemeral. For a moment I hesitated, unsure of what to do next. But then, with a surge of courage that I didn't know I possessed, I stepped forward and raised my flashlight, casting its beam into the darkness and illuminating the figure before me. And that's when I saw the source of the flickering light, the thing that had been watching me from the shadows all along. It was a creature unlike anything I had ever seen before, a being of pure darkness and malevolence, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light as it stared back at me with a hunger that sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment we stood there, locked in a silent standoff, neither of us moving or speaking. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the creature lunged forward, its claws outstretched as it reached for me with a ferocity that sent me stumbling backwards in terror. But before it could reach me, a blinding light erupted from the streetlight, bathing the creature in its radiant glow and causing it to recoil in pain and confusion. And then, with a deafening roar that echoed through the night, the creature vanished into the darkness, leaving me alone in the silence of the night once more. With a sense of relief washing over me like a tidal wave, I turned and made my way back home, the flickering light now shining with a steady and unwavering glow. And as I stepped through the threshold of my front door, I knew that I had finally conquered the darkness that had plagued me for so long, that I had faced my fears and emerged stronger on the other side. In the end, I realized that sometimes the greatest challenges we face are the ones that come from within, the ones that test our courage and resolve in ways we never thought possible. And as I settled into bed, the flickering light casting its warm glow over me like a blanket of safety and security, I knew that I had triumphed over the darkness once and for all. Story 20. The discovery of the old dream journal was like unearthing a forgotten relic from the depths of my past, a relic that held the promise of unlocking secrets long buried beneath the sands of time. As I flipped through its weathered pages, the memories flooded back to me in a torrent of emotions and sensations, each entry a glimpse into the inner workings of my subconscious mind. The journal had been hidden away in the attic for as long as I could remember, its existence unknown to me until that fateful day when I stumbled upon it while searching for old family photo albums. At first I was hesitant to open it, afraid of what I might find within its pages. But curiosity got the better of me, and soon I found myself leafing through its yellowed sheets with trembling hands. The dreams chronicled within the journal were like nothing I had ever experienced before, vivid, surreal, and filled with a sense of foreboding that sent shivers racing down my spine. They were dreams of distant lands and forgotten memories, of strange creatures and impossible landscapes that seemed to defy the laws of nature. But as I read on, I began to notice something strange, something that sent a chill racing down my spine. The dreams weren't just random figments of my imagination, they were coming true. At first, it was just little things, a chance encounter with a long-lost friend, a glimpse of a familiar face in a crowded street. But as time went on, the dreams grew more and more vivid, their details playing out in the real world with uncanny accuracy. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was just a coincidence or a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew that there was something more to it than that. The dreams were coming true, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months, I found myself consumed by a sense of dread, a feeling that I was no longer in control of my own destiny. It was as if the dreams had taken on a life of their own, weaving a tapestry of fate that I was powerless to resist. I tried to fight against it, to break free from the shackles of destiny that bound me to the dreams, but no matter what I did, they continued to haunt me, their grip on my mind growing stronger with each passing day. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I received a letter in the mail, a letter that would change everything. It was handwritten, the ink smudged and faded with age, but as I read its contents, I felt a surge of hope wash over me. The letter was from a woman named Emily, and she claimed to have answers to the questions that had been plaguing me for so long. According to Emily, the dreams were not just figments of my imagination, they were messages from another realm, glimpses into a world beyond our own where time and space held no sway, and she knew how to unlock their true power. With a sense of trepidation, I arranged to meet Emily in person, eager to learn more about the mysteries that had consumed my life. And as she spoke, her words filled me with a sense of wonder and awe, each revelation a glimpse into a reality that lay just beyond the edges of my understanding. According to Emily, the dreams were a gift that had been passed down through generations of my family, from mother to daughter, father to son. They were a legacy, a birthright that had been bestowed upon me from the moment of my birth. But with great power comes great responsibility, and Emily warned me that the dreams were not to be taken lightly. They held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe, but they also held the potential to unleash chaos and destruction if wielded improperly. With Emily's guidance, I began to explore the depths of my subconscious mind, delving deep into the recesses of my soul in search of answers to the questions that had plagued me for so long. And as I journeyed deeper and deeper into the darkness, I began to uncover truths that I had never dared to imagine. I learned that the dreams were not just random visions, they were a reflection of my true self, a mirror that reflected the deepest desires and fears of my soul. They were a roadmap, a guide to navigating the twists and turns of life's journey, leading me ever onward on the path to enlightenment. But with each revelation came a new challenge, a new obstacle to overcome in my quest for understanding. And as the dreams grew more and more vivid, their power threatening to overwhelm me, I realized that I was standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss of eternity. But I was not alone. With Emily's guidance, I forged ahead, determined to unlock the secrets of the dreams and harness their true power for the good of all mankind. And as I journeyed deeper into the darkness, I knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, I would face them with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that I was not alone. Story 21. The Persistent Caller. It was a phenomenon that had haunted me for months, a mystery that defied explanation and left me feeling helpless and alone in the darkness of the night. Every night, without fail, my phone would ring at exactly 3:03 a.m. The caller ID would display a different number each time, but no matter how many times I answered, the call would always end in silence. At first, I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just a prank or a wrong number. But as the calls continued night after night, their relentless persistence began to wear me down, chipping away at my sanity like a relentless tide eroding the shores of my mind. I tried everything to stop the calls, changing my number, blocking unknown callers, even leaving my phone in another room, but nothing seemed to work. No matter what I did, the calls continued, each one more chilling than the last. I began to dread the approach of 3:03 a.m., the minutes ticking by like hours as I lay awake in bed, waiting for the inevitable sound of my phone ringing in the darkness. And when it finally came, the sound sent a shiver racing down my spine, a sound that echoed in the silence like a bell tolling in the dead of night. But as terrifying as the calls were, it was the silence that followed that filled me with the most dread. It was as if the caller was waiting, biding their time in the shadows, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that it was just a prank or a coincidence, but deep down, I knew that there was something more to it than that. The calls were a warning, a harbinger of something dark and sinister lurking just beyond the edges of my reality. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I received a letter in the mail, a letter that would change everything. It was handwritten, the ink smudged and faded with age, but as I read its contents, I felt a surge of hope wash over me. The letter was from a woman named Sarah, and she claimed to have answers to the questions that had been plaguing me for so long. According to Sarah, the calls were not just random occurrences, they were messages from another realm, whispers from the world beyond the veil of reality, and she knew how to unlock their true power. With a sense of trepidation, I arranged to meet Sarah in person, eager to learn more about the mysteries that had consumed my life. And as she spoke, her words filled me with a sense of wonder and awe, each revelation a glimpse into a reality that lay just beyond the edges of my understanding. According to Sarah, the calls were a warning of something dark and sinister that lurked just beyond the edges of my reality. They were a message from the other side, a plea for help from a soul trapped in the darkness, searching for a way to break free from its eternal prison. But with great power comes great responsibility, and Sarah warned me that the calls were not to be taken lightly. They held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe, but they also held the potential to unleash chaos and destruction if wielded improperly. With Sarah's guidance, I began to explore the depths of my subconscious mind, delving deep into the recesses of my soul in search of answers to the questions that had plagued me for so long. And as I journeyed deeper and deeper into the darkness, I began to uncover truths that I had never dared to imagine. I learned that the calls were not just random occurrences, they were a reflection of my true self, a mirror that reflected the deepest desires and fears of my soul. They were a roadmap, a guide to navigating the twists and turns of life's journey, leading me ever onward on the path to enlightenment. But with each revelation came a new challenge, a new obstacle to overcome in my quest for understanding. And as the calls grew more and more persistent, their power threatening to overwhelm me, I realized that I was standing on the edge of a precipice, staring into the abyss of eternity. But I was not alone. With Sarah's guidance, I forged ahead, determined to unlock the secrets of the calls and harness their true power for the good of all mankind. And as I journeyed deeper into the darkness, I knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, I would face them with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that I was not alone. Story 22. The day had been long and exhausting, the kind that left me feeling drained and eager to escape the confines of the office. So when the clock struck 5, I wasted no time in gathering my things and making my way to the subway station. The train was crowded as usual, packed with weary commuters making their way home after a long day's work. I squeezed into a seat near the back of the car, grateful for the chance to rest my tired legs and escape into my own thoughts. But as the train rumbled through the tunnels, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. It was a strange sensation, like a whisper in the back of my mind, urging me to pay attention to my surroundings. I tried to brush it off, to focus on the rhythmic clacking of the tracks beneath me and the soft murmur of conversation that filled the air. But the feeling only grew stronger as the train continued on its journey, until it was all I could think about. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise and chatter of the other passengers faded away, leaving me alone in the empty car. I glanced around in confusion, wondering where everyone had gone, but there was no one to be seen, just me and the empty seats stretching out before me like a deserted island in a sea of steel. I tried to tell myself that it was just a coincidence, that the other passengers had simply disembarked at the previous stop. But as the train continued on its journey, stopping at each station along the way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. At each stop, the doors would slide open with a soft hiss, as if inviting passengers to board, but no one ever did. The platform would be empty, devoid of any signs of life, as if the world outside the train had been swallowed up by some unseen force. With each passing station, my sense of unease grew stronger, until it was all I could think about. I felt like a prisoner trapped in a nightmare, unable to escape the suffocating sense of isolation that surrounded me on all sides. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, the train began to slow to a stop, its brakes squealing in protest as it ground to a halt in the middle of the tunnel. I glanced around in confusion, wondering what could be causing the delay. But there was no one to ask, no conductor, no fellow passengers, just me and the empty seats stretching out before me like a ghostly echo of the world outside. For a long moment, I sat there in silence, my heart pounding in my chest as I waited for anything to happen. But the train remained still and silent, its doors closed tight, as if daring me to step outside into the unknown. With a sense of resignation, I rose from my seat and made my way to the doors, my footsteps echoing in the empty car like a drumbeat in the darkness. I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the button that would open the doors and release me into the unknown. And then, with a sudden burst of courage, I pressed the button and stepped out onto the platform, the cool air of the tunnel washing over me like a breath of fresh air. But as I glanced around, I realized with a shock that I was back where I had started, the same station where I had boarded the train just a short while ago. It was impossible, inconceivable, and yet there it was. The proof of my own eyes staring back at me in silent accusation. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized the implications of what had just happened. Had I somehow traveled in a loop, returning to the same station over and over again without ever realizing it? Or was there something more sinister at play, something lurking in the shadows, waiting to ensnare me in its web of deceit and deception? With a sense of dread gnawing at my insides, I turned and made my way back onto the train, the doors sliding shut behind me with a soft hiss. I sank into my seat, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. How had this happened? And more importantly, how could I escape? As the train lurched back into motion, I tried to focus on the passing scenery outside the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of anything that would help me make sense of what was happening. But the tunnels were dark and empty, the only light coming from the flickering fluorescent bulbs that lined the walls like a trail of breadcrumbs leading me further into the unknown. Hours seemed to pass in the blink of an eye as the train rumbled on, its journey seemingly endless and without purpose. I felt like a prisoner trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up or escape this suffocating sense of isolation that surrounded me on all sides. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the train began to slow to a stop, its brakes squealing in protest as it ground to a halt in the middle of the tunnel. I glanced around in confusion, wondering what could be causing the delay, but there was no one to ask, no conductor, no fellow passengers, just me and the empty seats stretching out before me like a ghostly echo of the world outside. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I rose from my seat and made my way to the doors, my heart pounding in my chest as I waited for them to open and release me into the unknown. But as the doors slid open with a soft hiss, I realized with a shock that I was back where I had started, the same station where I had boarded the train just a short while ago. It was as if time had looped back on itself, trapping me in an endless cycle of repetition with no hope of escape. And as the doors slid shut behind me, sealing me inside the empty car once more, I knew that I was truly alone, that there was no one coming to save me from the darkness that threatened to consume me whole. Story 23. The sun was setting as I navigated the winding roads of the countryside, the hum of the engine and the gentle rustle of leaves the only sounds breaking the stillness of the evening. I had set out on a road trip in search of adventure, eager to explore the hidden corners of the world and escape the monotony of everyday life. But as darkness fell and the shadows lengthened, I realized that I had made a wrong turn somewhere along the way. The road I was on seemed to stretch on endlessly, twisting and turning through the dense forest like a labyrinth of forgotten dreams. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a small, silent town nestled in the heart of the woods. The streets were empty, the buildings crumbling and decayed, yet there was an eerie sense of life lingering in the air, as if the town itself were waiting for something to awaken it from its slumber. I parked my car at the edge of town and stepped out onto the empty street, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. The shops were dark and abandoned, their windows covered in dust and cobwebs, yet there were fresh goods displayed in the windows: bread, fruits, vegetables, all arranged in neat rows as if waiting for customers that would never come. It was as if time had frozen in this place, a snapshot of a bygone era, preserved in the amber glow of twilight. But there was something unsettling about the town, something that sent a shiver racing down my spine as I explored its deserted streets. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a heavy cloak, telling myself that it was just my imagination running wild. But as I wandered deeper into the heart of the town, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were following my every move from the shadows. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I realized that every road I took somehow led back to the town center. It was as if the streets themselves were alive, shifting and changing with each step I took, leading me ever deeper into the heart of the mystery. I tried to find my way out, retracing my steps and doubling back on myself, but no matter what I did, I always ended up back where I started. It was as if the town itself was conspiring to keep me trapped within its walls, a prisoner of its silent streets and empty buildings. With a sense of mounting dread, I realized that I was running out of options. The night was growing darker, and the shadows seemed to close in around me like a suffocating embrace. I needed to find a way out of this town before it was too late. As I searched for an escape, I stumbled upon an old, abandoned church at the edge of town. Its crumbling walls loomed over me like a silent sentinel, its stained glass windows casting eerie shadows on the ground below. With nothing left to lose, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The interior of the church was as silent as the rest of the town, the only sound the soft whisper of the wind through the broken windows. But as I explored its hallowed halls, I realized that there was something more to this place than met the eye. Hidden away in the depths of the church, I found a dusty old book, a book filled with strange symbols and arcane diagrams, each page more cryptic than the last. It was as if the book itself held the key to unlocking the secrets of the town, its ancient wisdom waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it out. With trembling hands, I began to decipher the pages of the book, piecing together its secrets like a puzzle waiting to be solved. And as I delved deeper into its mysteries, I began to uncover the truth about the town and the forces that held it in thrall. According to the book, the town was cursed, a curse placed upon it by a powerful sorcerer centuries ago. The sorcerer had sought to create a place outside of time, a sanctuary, where he could practice his dark arts without fear of interruption. But in his arrogance, he had unwittingly trapped himself within the town's boundaries, his spirit bound to its streets and buildings for all eternity. And now, centuries later, the town lay silent and empty, its inhabitants long gone, their memories lost to the sands of time. But there was hope, a glimmer of light in the darkness. According to the book, there was a way to break the curse, to free the town from its eternal prison and allow its spirit to finally rest in peace. With newfound determination, I set out to unravel the mysteries of the town, following the clues laid out in the book like a trail of breadcrumbs leading me ever closer to the truth. And as I journeyed deeper into the heart of the mystery, I realized that the fate of the town, and perhaps even my own, was inextricably linked to the secrets hidden within its silent streets. Story 24. The steam from the shower swirled around me, enveloping me in a warm embrace as I stepped out and reached for the towel hanging nearby. But as I glanced at the mirror above the sink, I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I stared at the words etched in the condensation. "Don't open the door." I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I imagined it? Or had someone or something written those words on the mirror while I was in the shower? My mind raced with 1,000 unanswered questions as I stared at the ominous message before me. Who could have written it, and why? I lived alone in my small apartment, and I had no roommates or visitors who could have played such a cruel prank on me. And yet, there it was, clear as day, staring back at me like a silent warning from beyond the grave. With trembling hands, I reached out and wiped away the condensation, half expecting the words to vanish along with it. But they remained, stubborn and unyielding, as if daring me to ignore their ominous warning. For a long moment, I stood there in silence, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Should I call the police, or was I overreacting, letting my imagination run wild with fear? But then, just as suddenly as the panic had come, a sense of calm washed over me like a wave, replacing my fear with a steely resolve. I may not know who or what had written the message on the mirror, but I wasn't about to let it control me. With a newfound sense of determination, I set about my evening routine, trying to push the unsettling encounter to the back of my mind. But no matter how hard I tried to distract myself, the memory of those words lingered like a shadow, casting a pall of unease over everything I did. As I prepared dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I glanced nervously at the door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment, but it remained closed and silent, as if mocking my paranoia. After dinner, I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood, hoping that the fresh air would help clear my head and ease my troubled thoughts. But as I made my way down the deserted streets, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of unseen eyes watching my every move from the darkness. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest as I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows behind me. But there was nothing, only the empty streets stretching out before me like a desolate wasteland. With a sense of relief, I turned and made my way back home, eager to escape the oppressive silence of the night and the creeping sense of unease that seemed to follow me wherever I went. But as I approached my apartment building, a chill ran down my spine as I noticed something out of place, a figure lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of the streetlights. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I stared at the dark shape, trying to make out its features in the dim light. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the figure stepped forward into the glow of the streetlights, revealing itself to be nothing more than a trick of the shadows, a figment of my overactive imagination. With a shaky sigh of relief, I continued on my way, my heart still pounding in my chest as I fumbled with the keys to my apartment. But as I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, a sense of dread washed over me like a tidal wave, and I knew that I was not alone. I glanced nervously at the mirror above the sink, half expecting to see the words "Don't open the door" staring back at me once again. But the mirror was empty, its surface reflecting nothing but my own troubled expression. With a sense of unease gnawing at my insides, I made my way through the apartment, checking every room and every corner for any sign of intruders. But the apartment was empty, and there was no one there but me. And yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that I was being watched from the shadows by something dark and malevolent that wanted nothing more than to see me suffer. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I made my way to the bedroom and locked the door behind me, hoping to find some measure of safety and security in the darkness. But as I settled into bed and closed my eyes, I knew that sleep would not come easy, not with the memory of those words etched in the condensation haunting my every thought. Hours passed in fitful silence as I tossed and turned, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who or what had written the message on the mirror? And what did they want from me? But no matter how hard I tried to make sense of it all, The answers eluded me like smoke slipping through my fingers, and as the first light of dawn began to creep through the curtains, I knew that I was no closer to uncovering the truth than I had been before. With a heavy heart and a sense of resignation weighing me down like a leaden cloak, I rose from bed and made my way to the bathroom, hoping to wash away the lingering sense of dread that clung to me like a second skin. But as I stepped into the bathroom and glanced at the mirror above the sink, I froze, my blood running cold as I saw the words etched in the condensation once again. "Don't open the door." I stared at the message in horror, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. How had it gotten there? And what did it mean? With a sense of growing unease, I reached out and wiped away the condensation, half expecting the words to vanish along with it. But they remained, stubborn and unyielding, as if mocking my feeble attempts to erase them. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the steam from the shower began to dissipate, leaving the mirror clear and empty once again. I blinked in confusion, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. But as I turned and made my way back to the bedroom, a chill ran down my spine as I heard a soft whisper echoing in the darkness. "Don't open the door." Story 25. The missing time. It was a phenomenon that had haunted me for weeks, a mystery that defied explanation and left me feeling disoriented and afraid. I had heard of people losing track of time before, but I never imagined that it would happen to me. It all started one evening as I sat alone in my apartment, lost in thought as the hours slipped by unnoticed. I glanced at the clock and saw that it was 7:15 p.m., a perfectly ordinary time for a weekday evening. But the next thing I knew, it was suddenly 11:45 p.m., and I couldn't remember anything that had happened in the last 4.5 hours. At first, I tried to brush it off, telling myself that I must have simply lost track of time or fallen asleep without realizing it. But as the days passed and the missing hours continued to pile up, I began to realize that there was something more to it than that. The nights became long and restless, filled with strange dreams and unexplained sensations that left me feeling uneasy and on edge. I would wake up in the morning with a sense of dread, the memory of the missing time lingering in the back of my mind like a shadow waiting to pounce. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I found them, the muddy pair of boots lying at my door, their soles caked in dirt and grime. They were unlike any boots I had ever seen before, their rugged appearance suggesting that they had been worn for work rather than fashion. I stared at them in disbelief, my mind racing with questions and possibilities. Where had they come from? And more importantly, who did they belong to? I searched my apartment from top to bottom, but there was no sign of anyone else having been there. No muddy footprints on the floor, no belongings left behind, nothing to suggest that anyone had been there besides me. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a heavy cloak, telling myself that there must be a rational explanation for what had happened. But deep down, I knew that there was something more to it than that the missing time and the mysterious boots were connected in ways that I couldn't begin to understand. With a sense of mounting dread, I set out to unravel the mystery that had consumed my life, following the trail of clues wherever they led. And as I delved deeper into the darkness, I began to uncover truths that I had never dared to imagine. According to the local lore, the woods that surrounded my apartment were haunted, a place of darkness and despair where lost souls wandered for all eternity. They spoke of strange happenings, of people disappearing without a trace, their memories lost to the mists of time. But I refused to believe such nonsense. I was a rational person, a skeptic who prided myself on my ability to see through the veil of superstition and find the truth hidden beneath. And yet, as I searched for answers, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something lurking in the shadows, waiting to be discovered. With each passing day, the mystery deepened, drawing me ever closer to the truth. I followed the clues like a detective on the trail of a killer, piecing together the fragments of a puzzle that seemed to defy logic and reason. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden path leading deep into the heart of the woods, its entrance obscured by the dense undergrowth that surrounded it. With a sense of trepidation, I set out into the darkness, the crunch of leaves beneath my feet the only sound breaking the silence of the night. The path twisted and turned through the dense forest, leading me ever deeper into the heart of the mystery. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, its center dominated by an ancient oak tree that seemed to stretch up to the heavens themselves. But it was what lay beneath the tree that caught my eye, a makeshift campsite, its tent tattered and worn, its belongings scattered across the forest floor like the remnants of a forgotten dream. And there, sitting by the fire, was a figure, a man, his face hidden in the shadows, his eyes staring into the flames with a haunted expression. I approached him cautiously, unsure of what to expect. But as I drew closer, I realized that he was not a threat, he was a victim. Like me, caught in the grip of forces beyond his control. With a sense of empathy, I reached out to him, offering him a hand of friendship in the darkness. And as he looked up at me, his eyes filled with gratitude, I knew that together, we would find a way to escape the mysteries of the missing time and the muddy boots that haunted our dreams. Story 26. The voice from the basement. It was a whisper in the darkness, a siren call that echoed through the empty halls of my house, beckoning me to descend into the depths below. At first, I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the nights wore on and the voice grew louder and more insistent, I began to realize that there was something more to it than that. My house didn't have a basement, or at least that's what I had always believed. But as the voice continued to call out to me night after night, I began to question everything I thought I knew. Was it possible that there was a hidden basement lurking beneath the floorboards, waiting to be discovered? With a sense of trepidation, I set out to uncover the truth, searching every nook and cranny of my house for signs of a hidden passage. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary, no secret doors, no hidden staircases, nothing to suggest that there was anything beneath the surface besides solid ground. And yet the voice persisted, its words growing more urgent with each passing night. It was as if it knew something that I didn't, as if it held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe, if only I would listen. With no other options left, I decided to confront the voice head-on, to face whatever lay waiting for me in the darkness below. I descended into the depths of my house, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence like a drumbeat heralding my descent. As I reached the bottom of the staircase, I found myself standing in front of a heavy wooden door, a door that hadn't been there before. With trembling hands, I reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open on rusty hinges to reveal a dark, cavernous space beyond. The air was thick and musty, the scent of damp earth and decay hanging heavy in the air. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what I would find on the other side, but the voice urged me forward, its words echoing in the darkness like a guiding light. With a sense of determination, I stepped through the doorway and into the unknown, the darkness enveloping me like a warm embrace. I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears as I ventured further into the depths, the darkness pressing in on all sides like a weight on my chest. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I saw a flicker of light in the distance, beckoning me forward like a beacon in the night. With renewed hope, I pressed on, following the light through the darkness until I emerged into a vast, cavernous chamber. The chamber was unlike anything I had ever seen before, a vast expanse of stone and earth, its walls lined with strange symbols and arcane markings. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single, glowing orb, a pulsating sphere of light that seemed to hum with energy. I approached the pedestal cautiously, unsure of what to expect. But as I reached out to touch the orb, a voice spoke to me, a voice that echoed in the darkness like a whisper on the wind. "Welcome, traveler," the voice said, its tone both familiar and strange at the same time. "You have been chosen to wield the power of the ancients to unlock the secrets of the universe and shape the course of destiny itself." I listened in awe as the voice revealed the truth behind the mysteries of the basement, a truth that stretched back through the annals of time to the very dawn of creation itself. It spoke of ancient civilizations and forgotten gods, of powers beyond mortal comprehension that lay dormant beneath the surface of the earth, waiting to be unleashed upon the world. But with great power comes great responsibility, and the voice warned me that the orb was not to be taken lightly. It held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe, but it also held the potential to unleash chaos and destruction if wielded improperly. With a sense of reverence, I reached out and touched the orb, the energy coursing through my veins like a bolt of lightning. And as I did, I felt a sense of purpose wash over me, a sense of belonging that I had never known before. With the power of the orb at my fingertips, I vowed to use it to protect the world from the forces of darkness, to stand as a guardian against the encroaching shadows that threatened to engulf us all. And as I emerged from the depths of the basement, I knew that my journey was just beginning, that the voice that had called out to me in the darkness had set me on a path that would lead me to the very edge of the universe and beyond. Story 27. The fluorescent lights hummed softly above as I stood before the sink in the public restroom, splashing cold water on my face in an attempt to shake off the fatigue that had settled over me like a heavy blanket. It had been a long day, filled with meetings and deadlines, and I was more than ready to escape into the quiet solitude of my own home. As I glanced up at the mirror above the sink, I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I caught sight of something strange, a face, not my own, superimposed over my reflection. I blinked, rubbing my eyes in disbelief, but when I looked again, the face was still there, its features twisted and contorted in a grotesque mockery of my own. Panic surged through me like a tidal wave as I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who was this person? And why were they staring back at me from the mirror? But as I blinked and rubbed my eyes once more, the unfamiliar face vanished, leaving behind nothing but my own reflection staring back at me in silent accusation. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. Had it been a trick of the light, or had my mind played a cruel trick on me, conjuring up the image of a stranger's face where none existed? With a sense of unease gnawing at my insides, I quickly finished washing my face and made my way out of the restroom, eager to put the unsettling encounter behind me. But as I stepped back out into the bustling hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I tried to tell myself that I was being paranoid, that there was a rational explanation for what I had seen in the mirror. But deep down, I knew that something was terribly wrong, that the face I had seen was more than just a figment of my imagination. As I made my way through the crowded corridors of the building, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, of unseen eyes watching my every move from the darkness. I glanced nervously over my shoulder, half expecting to see the face from the mirror lurking in the shadows behind me. But there was nothing, only the empty hallway stretching out before me like a deserted wasteland. With a sense of relief, I finally reached the exit and stepped out into the cool night air, hoping that the fresh air would help clear my head and ease my troubled thoughts. But as I made my way down the deserted streets, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move from the darkness. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest as I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the face from the mirror lurking in the shadows behind me. But there was nothing, only the empty streets stretching out before me like a desolate wasteland. With a sense of growing unease, I finally reached my apartment building and made my way inside, the familiar surroundings offering little comfort in the face of the unknown. I climbed the stairs to my apartment, my footsteps echoing in the silence of the empty hallway like a drumbeat in the darkness. As I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, a sense of relief washed over me like a tidal wave, and I knew that I was finally safe, at least for the moment. But as I glanced at the mirror above the sink, I froze, my blood running cold as I saw the face from the restroom staring back at me once again. I blinked in disbelief, rubbing my eyes in a futile attempt to banish the image from my mind. But when I looked again, the face was still there, its features twisted and contorted in a grotesque mockery of my own. With a sense of growing dread, I reached out and touched the surface of the mirror, half expecting it to ripple like water and swallow me whole. But the glass was solid and unyielding, its surface cool to the touch as I stared into the eyes of the stranger before me. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the face vanished, leaving behind nothing but my own reflection staring back at me in silent accusation. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I had just seen. Had it been a trick of the light, or had my mind played a cruel trick on me once again, conjuring up the image of a stranger's face where none existed? With a sense of unease gnawing at my insides, I quickly finished my evening routine and made my way to bed, hoping that sleep would offer some measure of solace from the turmoil that raged within me. But as I lay there in the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Hours passed in fitful silence as I tossed and turned, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who was the stranger in the mirror? And what did they want from me? But no matter how hard I tried to make sense of it all, the answers eluded me like smoke slipping through my fingers. And as the first light of dawn began to creep through the curtains, I knew that I was no closer to uncovering the truth than I had been before. With a heavy heart and a sense of resignation weighing me down like a leaden cloak, I rose from bed and made my way to the bathroom, hoping to wash away the lingering sense of dread that clung to me like a second skin. But as I glanced at the mirror above the sink, I froze, my blood running cold as I saw the face from the restroom staring back at me once again. I blinked in disbelief, my heart pounding in my chest as I stared into the eyes of the stranger before me. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the face vanished, leaving behind nothing but my own reflection staring back at me in silent accusation. I stood there for a long moment, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who was the stranger in the mirror? And what did they want from me? But as I reached out and touched the surface of the glass, I knew that I would never find the answers I sought, that the truth would remain forever shrouded in darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. Story 28. Or the never-ending road. It was a journey that had started out like any other, a simple drive down a familiar stretch of highway, the sun shining bright in the sky and the wind whipping through my hair. I had set out early in the morning to visit a friend who lived on the outskirts of town, eager to spend the day catching up and enjoying each other's company. But as the miles slipped by and the landscape blurred into a haze of green and gold, I began to realize that something was wrong. The road seemed to stretch on endlessly before me, twisting and turning through the countryside like a serpent coiling in the grass. And no matter how far I drove, I couldn't seem to shake the feeling that I was going in circles. At first, I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the hours passed and the scenery remained unchanged, I began to grow increasingly uneasy. It was as if the road itself was conspiring to keep me trapped within its endless loops and turns, a prisoner of its never-ending embrace. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I passed the same old oak tree for the 5th time. It was a gnarled and weathered thing, its branches stretching up to the sky like skeletal fingers clawing at the heavens above. And yet, despite its age and decrepitude, it seemed strangely out of place, a sentinel standing guard over a road that led nowhere. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I realized that something was terribly wrong. I pulled over to the side of the road and stepped out of my car, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. The sound of my footsteps echoed in the silence, the only sound breaking the stillness of the afternoon. I walked over to the old oak tree and ran my hand along its rough bark, feeling the texture of the wood beneath my fingers. It was as if the tree itself held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the never-ending road, a gateway to a realm beyond the boundaries of time and space. With a sense of determination, I set out to unravel the secrets of the road, following the trail of clues wherever they led. I walked for what felt like hours, the sun sinking low in the sky and the shadows growing long and dark around me. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden path leading off into the woods, its entrance obscured by the dense undergrowth that surrounded it. With a sense of trepidation, I stepped into the darkness, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the stillness of the forest. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I realized that I was not alone. The air was thick with the sound of whispers and murmurs, as if the very trees themselves were speaking to me in hushed tones. I followed their guidance, trusting in the wisdom of the ancient forest to lead me to the truth. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, its center dominated by an ancient stone circle that seemed to pulse with energy. With a sense of awe, I approached the circle, feeling the power of the stones coursing through my veins like a bolt of lightning. It was there, in the heart of the circle, that I found the answer to the mystery of the never-ending road. The stones were ancient relics, imbued with the power to warp time and space and bend reality to their will. And yet, despite their age and power, they were fragile things, easily broken by those who sought to wield their power for their own selfish ends. With a sense of determination, I set out to destroy the stones, using all of my strength and willpower to shatter them into 1,000 pieces. And as I did, I felt a sense of release wash over me, a sense of freedom that I had never known before. With the stones destroyed, the never-ending road vanished like a mirage in the desert, leaving behind nothing but a sense of peace and tranquility. I returned to my car and continued on my journey, the road stretching out before me like an open book waiting to be written. And as I drove, I knew that no matter what trials lay ahead, I would face them with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that I had conquered the mysteries of the never-ending road and emerged victorious on the other side. Story 29. Living alone in a quaint 2-story house nestled on a quiet suburban street seemed like a dream come true, at least until the strange occurrences began. It started innocently enough, just the occasional creaking of the floorboards, or the soft patter of footsteps echoing from the floor above. At first I brushed it off as the natural settling of an old house, but as the noises persisted, my unease grew. Night after night, I found myself lying awake in bed, listening to the mysterious sounds that seemed to emanate from the upstairs hallway. Footsteps, soft and deliberate, would traverse the length of the floor above, accompanied by the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards. At first, I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was just my imagination running wild in the silence of the night. But as the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that I was not as alone in my house as I had once believed. Driven by frustration and exhaustion, I decided to confront the source of the mysterious noises head-on. So one night, as the footsteps echoed through the empty house, I mustered up every ounce of courage I had and made my way to the staircase leading to the second floor. The air was thick with tension as I ascended the stairs, each creak of the wooden steps sending a shiver down my spine. With each passing moment, the feeling of unease grew stronger until it was all I could think about. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the footsteps stopped, leaving behind an eerie silence that hung in the air like a heavy fog. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding in my chest as I waited for anything to happen. And then, with a sudden burst of frustration, I shouted into the darkness, "Quiet." To my surprise, the house fell silent, the echoes of my own voice fading into nothingness. For a moment, I stood there in stunned silence, wondering if I had finally driven away the source of the mysterious noises. But then, just as I was about to turn and make my way back downstairs, a voice whispered from the darkness beside me, "Sorry." I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I turned to face the source of the voice. But there was no one there, only the empty hallway stretching out before me like a silent sentinel guarding the secrets of the night. With trembling hands, I reached out and flicked on the light switch, illuminating the hallway in a soft glow. But there was no sign of anyone or anything that could have spoken those words. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I quickly made my way back downstairs, the memory of the whispered apology lingering in the air like a ghostly echo of the night. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered like a shadow over my every waking moment. Who or what had spoken to me in the darkness? And what did they want from me? I tried to put it out of my mind, to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. But the memory of that whispered apology haunted my dreams, filling my nights with restless sleep and troubled thoughts. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, the noises upstairs began again, louder and more persistent than ever before. Footsteps echoed through the empty house, accompanied by the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if someone or something was pacing back and forth in the darkness. Driven by a sense of desperation, I decided to investigate further, determined to uncover the truth behind the mysterious occurrences that had plagued me for so long. So, armed with nothing but a flashlight and a sense of determination, I made my way to the second floor, steeling myself for whatever horrors awaited me in the darkness. As I reached the top of the stairs, the noises grew louder, echoing through the empty hallway like a chorus of ghosts. With each step I took, the feeling of unease grew stronger, until it was all I could think about. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noises stopped, leaving behind an eerie silence that hung in the air like a heavy fog. I stood there for a long moment, my heart pounding in my chest as I waited for anything to happen. And then, with a sudden burst of movement, the door at the end of the hallway swung open, revealing a small storage closet bathed in darkness. For a moment I hesitated, unsure of what I would find inside. But then, driven by a sense of curiosity and fear, I stepped forward and flicked on the light switch, illuminating the closet in a soft glow. To my surprise, the closet was empty, its shelves bare and its walls devoid of any signs of life. And yet, as I stood there in the silence of the empty hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone, that something was watching me from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a sense of unease gnawing at my insides, I quickly made my way back downstairs, the memory of the whispered apology lingering in the air like a ghostly echo of the night. But no matter how hard I tried to put it out of my mind, I knew that the mystery of the noises upstairs would continue to haunt me until I uncovered the truth behind them. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, but still the noises persisted, echoing through the empty house like a chorus of ghosts. I tried to ignore them, to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life, but the feeling of unease lingered like a shadow over my every waking moment. And then one night, as I lay in bed, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling around me, I heard a soft whisper echoing from the darkness beside me. "Sorry." I froze, my heart skipping a beat as I turned to face the source of the voice. But there was no one there, only the empty room stretching out before me like a silent void. With a sense of resignation, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep, knowing that the mystery of the noises upstairs would continue to haunt me until I uncovered the truth behind them. Story 30. The unsent messages. It was a mystery that had haunted me for weeks, a series of texts that seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind no trace of their existence. I had first noticed them when my brother mentioned that he hadn't received my usual updates about our daily activities, a strange occurrence, considering that I had sent them faithfully every day without fail. At first I brushed it off as a simple glitch in the system, telling myself that it was just a fluke and that the messages would eventually make their way to their intended recipient. But as the days turned into weeks and the texts continued to go missing, I began to realize that there was something more to it than that the unsent messages held secrets that I had yet to uncover. With a sense of determination, I set out to unravel the mystery of the missing texts, scouring my phone for any sign of their existence. But no matter where I looked, I couldn't find any evidence that they had ever been sent. They weren't in my outbox, they weren't in my drafts, there was nothing to suggest that they had ever existed at all. I tried to retrace my steps, to remember exactly what I had said in the missing texts and when I had sent them, but the memories were fuzzy and indistinct, like trying to grasp at smoke with bare hands. It was as if the texts themselves were slipping through my fingers, leaving behind nothing but a sense of frustration and confusion. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden folder buried deep within the recesses of my phone's memory, its contents shrouded in darkness and mystery. With trembling hands, I opened the folder and peered inside, the screen illuminating the darkness like a beacon in the night. And there, nestled among a sea of forgotten files and discarded data, were the missing texts, dozens of them, each one detailing our daily activities in painstaking detail. But as I scrolled through the messages, I realized that something was terribly wrong. They were written in my own handwriting, as if I had composed them myself, yet I had no memory of ever doing so. With a sense of unease, I read through the messages, searching for some clue that would explain their mysterious origin. But the more I read, the less sense they made, each one more nonsensical than the last, as if they had been written by someone or something intent on driving me to the brink of madness. I tried to delete the messages, to rid myself of their presence once and for all. But no matter how many times I tried, they always seemed to reappear, like a curse that couldn't be lifted. It was as if they were mocking me, taunting me with their existence and daring me to uncover the truth. With no other options left, I set out to confront the source of the messages head-on, to unravel the mystery that had consumed my life and left me feeling like a pawn in a game I didn't understand. I retraced my steps, revisiting places I had been and people I had seen, searching for some sign that would lead me to the answers I sought. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove tucked away in the corner of my apartment, its entrance concealed behind a tapestry that hung from the wall. With a sense of trepidation, I pushed aside the tapestry and stepped into the darkness beyond, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the room. As I ventured deeper into the alcove, I realized that I was not alone. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, the sound of dripping water echoing in the darkness. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a hidden chamber buried deep beneath the floorboards, its entrance guarded by a pair of ancient statues that seemed to watch over the room like silent sentinels. With a sense of trepidation, I approached the entrance to the chamber and pushed it open, the sound of creaking hinges echoing in the darkness. And as I stepped inside, I found myself standing in a vast, cavernous space, a space unlike anything I had ever seen before. The walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of books, their spines cracked and worn with age. Strange symbols and arcane markings adorned the walls, their meaning lost to the sands of time. And at the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single, glowing orb, a pulsating sphere of light that seemed to hum with energy. With a sense of wonder, I approached the pedestal and reached out to touch the orb, the energy coursing through my veins like a bolt of lightning. And as I did, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me, a sense of understanding that transcended the boundaries of mortal comprehension. The orb was the key to unlocking the mysteries of the missing texts and escaping the endless cycle of repetition that had consumed my life. With its power at my fingertips, I vowed to break free from the chains that bound me and forge a new path forward, one filled with hope and possibility. And as I emerged from the chamber and stepped back out into the world, I knew that my journey was just beginning, that the unsent messages had been but a stepping stone on the path to enlightenment. And with the orb as my guide, I would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that I was no longer bound by the chains of fate, but free to carve out my own destiny. Story 31. It started as a subtle feeling, a nagging sense that something was amiss. As I went about my daily routine, I began to notice figures lingering on the fringes of my vision, shadowy shapes that seemed to materialize out of thin air, only to disappear just as quickly. At first, I brushed it off as my imagination playing tricks on me, a byproduct of stress or lack of sleep. But as the days passed, the sightings became more frequent, more vivid, until I could no longer ignore them. I would see them everywhere on the crowded streets, in the bustling cafes, even in the privacy of my own home. They were not ghosts, not in the traditional sense. They were solid, tangible, as real as you or me. And yet, no one else seemed to notice them. They would go about their business, interacting with the environment just like any other person. But whenever I tried to point them out to someone else, they would simply look through them as if they weren't there at all. It was maddening, this constant feeling of being surrounded by invisible strangers, of seeing things that no one else could see. I began to question my sanity, wondering if I was losing my mind or if there was some rational explanation for what I was experiencing. But no matter how hard I tried to make sense of it all, the sightings persisted, growing more frequent and more unsettling with each passing day. I tried to avoid them, to ignore them, and go about my life as if nothing were amiss. But they were always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves to me once again. And then, one day, as I was walking home from work, I saw a young woman standing on the corner, her face hidden beneath the hood of her jacket. She looked lost, confused, as if she didn't belong in this world. Without thinking, I approached her, my heart pounding in my chest as I reached out to touch her shoulder. But before my fingers could make contact, she vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an empty street and a sense of unease that lingered like a shadow. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was she? And why had she appeared to me in the first place? As I made my way home, my mind raced with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who were these people, these apparitions that haunted my every waking moment? And what did they want from me? I tried to push the thoughts to the back of my mind, to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. But the memory of the young woman lingered like a ghost, haunting my dreams and filling my nights with restless sleep. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I began to notice something even more unsettling. I could hear them, their voices whispering in the darkness, their words echoing in the empty chambers of my mind. At first, it was just a faint murmur, a distant echo that I could easily dismiss as my imagination. But as the days passed, the voices grew louder, more insistent, until they were all I could think about. They spoke of things I couldn't understand, cryptic messages and half-formed thoughts that sent shivers down my spine. They seemed to know things about me, things that I had never shared with anyone, things that I had tried to bury deep within the recesses of my mind. I tried to block them out, to drown out the voices with music or television or anything that would distract me from their relentless whispers. But no matter how hard I tried, they were always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves to me once again. And then, just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I had an encounter that would change everything. I was walking home from work one evening, my mind lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, when I saw a man standing on the corner, his eyes fixed on me with a look of intense concentration. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest as I stared back at him, unsure of what to do. And then, without warning, he spoke, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. "You can see us, can't you?" he said, his words sending a chill down my spine. I nodded, unable to tear my eyes away from his gaze. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely above a whisper. He smiled, a sad, knowing smile that sent shivers down my spine. "We are the lost souls," he said, his voice barely audible above the noise of the city. "The ones who have been forgotten, the ones who linger in the shadows, waiting for someone to see us." I stared at him in disbelief, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. "Why me?" I asked, my voice trembling with uncertainty. He shrugged, his expression unreadable. "Perhaps you have the gift," he said, his voice trailing off into the darkness. "Or perhaps you are simply more attuned to the world around you than most." And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an empty street and a sense of unease that lingered like a shadow. From that moment on, I knew that my life would never be the same. I had been given a glimpse into a world that few would ever see, a world of lost souls and forgotten dreams, a world that existed just beyond the edges of our perception. And as I made my way home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from the shadows, that the voices that had haunted my dreams were now closer than ever, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves to me once again. Story 32. The dinner party. It was meant to be a night of laughter and camaraderie, a chance for old friends to come together and share stories over a delicious meal. But as the evening wore on, I began to realize that something was terribly wrong, that the guests who filled my home were not who they claimed to be, and that the bonds of friendship that I thought were unbreakable were nothing more than illusions. It all started innocently enough. I had spent weeks planning the perfect dinner party, sending out invitations to all of my closest friends and preparing a feast fit for a king. The table was set, the wine was flowing, and the air was filled with the sound of laughter and conversation. But as the evening progressed, I began to notice something strange. None of my guests seemed to recognize each other, despite claiming to be old friends. They spoke in hushed tones and exchanged nervous glances, as if they were strangers meeting for the first time. At first, I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the night wore on and the sense of unease grew stronger, I began to realize that there was something more to it than that the guests who filled my home were not who they claimed to be. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I set out to uncover the truth, questioning each of my guests in turn in an attempt to unravel the mystery that had consumed my dinner party. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't seem to get a straight answer out of any of them. They spoke in riddles and half-truths, their words twisting and turning like a snake in the grass. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove tucked away in the corner of the room, its entrance concealed behind a tapestry that hung from the wall. With a sense of trepidation, I pushed aside the tapestry and stepped into the darkness beyond, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the room. As I ventured deeper into the alcove, I realized that I was not alone. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, the sound of dripping water echoing in the darkness. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a hidden chamber buried deep beneath the floorboards, its entrance guarded by a pair of ancient statues that seemed to watch over the room like silent sentinels. With a sense of trepidation, I approached the entrance to the chamber and pushed it open, the sound of creaking hinges echoing in the darkness. And as I stepped inside, I found myself standing in a vast, cavernous space unlike anything I had ever seen before. The walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of books, their spines cracked and worn with age. Strange symbols and arcane markings adorned the walls, their meaning lost to the sands of time. And at the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single, glowing orb, a pulsating sphere of light that seemed to hum with energy. With a sense of wonder, I approached the pedestal and reached out to touch the orb, the energy coursing through my veins like a bolt of lightning. And as I did, I felt a sense of clarity wash over me, a sense of understanding that transcended the boundaries of mortal comprehension. The orb was the key to unlocking the mysteries of the dinner party and escaping the web of deception that had ensnared me. With its power at my fingertips, I vowed to break free from the chains that bound me and forge a new path forward, one filled with truth and clarity. And as I emerged from the chamber and stepped back out into the world, I knew that my journey was just beginning, that the dinner party had been but a stepping stone on the path to enlightenment. And with the orb as my guide, I would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that I was no longer bound by the chains of deceit, but free to carve out my own destiny. Story 33. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon as I made my way home from work, the streets bathed in the soft glow of twilight. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to get home, kick off my shoes, and relax. As I turned the corner onto my usual route, something caught my eye, a narrow alleyway tucked between two buildings, its entrance shrouded in darkness. I had walked this route 1,000 times before, and had never noticed the alley before. Curiosity piqued. I hesitated for a moment before deciding to take a closer look. What harm could it do? I reasoned. It might even shave a few minutes off my walk home. As I stepped into the alley, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled with unease as I made my way down the narrow passageway, the walls looming over me like silent sentinels. With each step I took, the surroundings seemed to grow darker, more oppressive, until I felt as if I were walking through a tunnel of shadows. But still I pressed on, driven by a sense of curiosity that bordered on obsession. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness gave way to light, and I found myself standing on the other side of the alley, blinking in the sudden brightness of the street beyond. I glanced around, disoriented, trying to get my bearings. It was then that I noticed something strange the people passing by seemed. Off somehow, their features twisted and distorted in ways that made my skin crawl. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs of confusion that clouded my mind. It must have been a trick of the light, I reasoned, or perhaps I was just tired from a long day at work. But as I continued on my way, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the shortcut I had taken had led me somewhere I was never meant to go. The next day, I found myself drawn back to the alley, unable to resist the pull of its dark depths. This time, however, I approached with caution, my senses on high alert for any signs of danger. As I stepped into the alley, the air seemed to grow colder, heavier, as if a thick fog had descended upon the world. I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself in a futile attempt to ward off the chill. With each step I took, the surroundings seemed to blur and shift, as if I were walking through a dream. The walls of the alley seemed to twist and contort, bending and warping in ways that defied all logic. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness gave way to light, and I found myself standing on the other side of the alley once again, blinking in the sudden brightness of the street beyond. But this time, the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind like a hungry beast. The people passing by seemed even more distorted than before, their features twisted and contorted in ways that made my stomach churn. I stumbled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the world around me was not as it seemed. With a sense of growing unease, I made my way home, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. What was happening to me? And what did the alley have to do with it? The days turned into weeks, and still I found myself drawn back to the alley time and time again, unable to resist its siren call. Each time I took the shortcut, the surroundings became more unsettling, the people passing by more distorted. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself that it was all just a figment of my imagination. But deep down I knew that something was terribly wrong, that the alley held secrets that I was not meant to uncover. And then one day, as I stepped into the alley for what felt like the 100th time, I felt a chill run down my spine. Something was different this time, something off. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of my stomach, I pressed on, my heart pounding in my chest as I made my way down the narrow passageway. The air seemed to grow colder, heavier, with each step I took, until it felt as if I were wading through molasses. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the darkness gave way to light, and I found myself standing on the other side of the alley once again, blinking in the sudden brightness of the street beyond. But this time there was no mistaking it. The people passing by were not just distorted, they were wrong somehow, as if they were not truly human. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with shock and horror as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. But there was no denying the truth. I had stumbled upon something beyond my comprehension, something dark and sinister that lurked in the shadows of the alley. With a sense of growing terror, I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing in the empty streets as I fled from the nightmare that had consumed my world. And as I made my way home, I vowed never to return to that accursed alley again, lest I become lost in its twisted depths forever. Story 34. The train platform was deserted as I arrived, the only sign of life a flickering overhead light casting long shadows across the empty space. I checked my watch, 11:45 EA. The last train of the night was due any minute, and I was determined not to miss it. As I waited, the cold night air nipped at my skin, sending shivers down my spine. I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone or something to emerge from the darkness at any moment. And then, just as I was beginning to lose hope, I heard the distant rumble of an approaching train, growing louder and louder with each passing moment. Relief washed over me as the train rounded the corner, its headlights cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. I stepped forward eagerly, my heart pounding in my chest as the train came to a stop in front of me. Without hesitation, I boarded the train, the doors sliding shut behind me with a soft hiss. I glanced around, taking in my surroundings, the empty seats, the dimly lit carriages, the faint hum of the engines. It was then that I noticed something strange. There were no other passengers on board. The train was completely deserted, save for myself. I frowned, feeling a sense of unease creeping over me as I made my way to an empty seat and settled in for the journey ahead. As the train pulled away from the platform, I glanced out the window, watching as the city lights faded into the distance. It was late, and the streets were empty, the world bathed in the soft glow of the moon. I leaned back in my seat, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that lingered like a shadow in the back of my mind. It was probably just a slow night, I reasoned, nothing to be worried about. But as the minutes turned into hours and the train continued on its journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. We should have reached the next station by now, I thought, glancing at my watch in confusion. And yet there was no sign of it anywhere on the horizon. I glanced around the empty carriage, half expecting anyone to emerge from the shadows and explain what was happening. But the train remained deserted, save for myself. With a growing sense of unease, I made my way to the nearest door and peered out into the darkness. There was nothing but empty tracks stretching out into the distance, disappearing into the night. Panic began to bubble up inside me as I realized that something was terribly wrong. The train should have stopped at least once by now, if not several times, and yet we continued on our journey, hurtling through the darkness at an alarming speed. I stumbled back to my seat, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what was happening. It was as if the train had been swallowed by some kind of void, trapped in a never-ending loop with no way out. As the hours passed and the train continued on its relentless journey, I began to feel a sense of dread creeping over me. What if we were stuck on this train forever, doomed to wander the empty tracks for all eternity? I glanced around the empty carriage, searching desperately for some sign of life, some glimmer of hope that I wasn't alone in this nightmare. But there was nothing, only darkness and silence, stretching out into infinity. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard the faint sound of laughter echoing through the empty carriages, sending shivers down my spine. I turned, my heart pounding in my chest, to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a conductor, dressed in an old-fashioned uniform, his face obscured by the brim of his hat. "Tickets, please," he said, his voice hollow and distant. I stared at him in shock, unable to speak. What was happening? Where had he come from? But the conductor paid me no mind, instead making his way down the aisle, checking the non-existent tickets of the empty seats. As he passed by, I caught a glimpse of his face, or rather, the lack thereof. There was nothing but darkness beneath the brim of his hat, an empty void that seemed to stretch on forever. I stumbled to my feet, my legs trembling beneath me as I backed away from the conductor, my mind reeling with fear and confusion. And then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but an empty carriage and the distant sound of laughter echoing through the darkness. With a sense of growing dread, I made my way to the nearest door and peered out into the night. But there was nothing, only darkness and silence, stretching out into infinity. I was alone on this train, trapped in a nightmare from which there was no escape. And as the train continued on its relentless journey, I knew that I would never be the same again. Story 35. The last broadcast. It was a night like any other, or so I thought. I had drifted off to sleep, the soft glow of the television casting flickering shadows across the room as I lay nestled beneath the covers. But then, in the dead of night, I was jolted awake by the sound of static, a crackling, hissing noise that filled the room like a whisper in the darkness. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what was happening. The television was on, its screen bathed in an eerie blue light as images flickered across the screen like ghosts in the night. I reached for the remote, my fingers trembling with fear as I tried to turn it off, but no matter how many times I pressed the button, the television remained stubbornly on, its images growing clearer with each passing moment. And then, to my horror, I realized what I was seeing: a live news report from the future. It was a disaster report, detailing events that hadn't yet occurred: a city engulfed in flames, buildings crumbling to the ground, screams of terror echoing in the night. It was as if I were witnessing the end of the world itself, unfolding before my eyes in real time. I tried to tear my gaze away from the screen, to convince myself that it was just a hallucination brought on by lack of sleep. But the images were too vivid, too real to be ignored. I watched in horror as the reporter on the screen spoke in hushed tones, her voice trembling with fear as she described the carnage unfolding around her. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the broadcast cut out, leaving behind nothing but a blank screen and the sound of my own ragged breathing. I sat there in stunned silence, trying to process what I had just witnessed, trying to make sense of a world gone mad. I reached for my phone, desperate for some sign that I wasn't alone, that someone else had seen what I had seen. But as I scrolled through the news feeds and social media updates, I found nothing but silence. It was as if the world had gone dark, swallowed up by the abyss of the night. With a sense of dread gnawing at my insides, I stumbled out of bed and made my way to the window, the cool night air brushing against my skin like a ghostly caress. I looked out into the darkness, searching for some sign of the world beyond, but all I saw was the empty streets, bathed in the glow of the moonlight. I knew then that I had to do something, that I couldn't just sit idly by and wait for the world to end. With a sense of determination, I set out into the night, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the streets. I didn't know where I was going or what I would find when I got there, but I knew that I had to try, that I had to do whatever it took to stop the disaster from happening. I ran through the streets like a madman, the wind whipping through my hair as I raced against time itself. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a group of people gathered in the town square, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. They were huddled together, whispering in hushed tones as they spoke of the disaster that was about to unfold. With a sense of urgency, I approached them, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to explain what I had seen. But they only looked at me with pitying eyes, as if I were a madman ranting about things that couldn't possibly be true. I tried to convince them, to plead with them to listen to reason, but it was no use. They had already made up their minds, convinced that there was nothing they could do to stop the inevitable. And so, with a heavy heart, I turned away and continued on my journey, alone in a world that seemed destined for destruction. As the hours passed and the first light of dawn began to peek over the horizon, I found myself standing on the edge of town, looking out into the distance at the city beyond. It was a sight that filled me with dread, a city on the brink of collapse, its streets empty and silent as the grave. But then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I heard a voice that echoed in the darkness like a beacon of hope. It was the voice of the reporter from the future, urging me to take action, to do whatever it took to stop the disaster from happening. With a sense of determination, I set out into the city, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the streets. I didn't know what I would find or how I would stop the disaster from happening, but I knew that I had to try, that I couldn't just stand idly by and watch the world burn. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a group of people gathered in the town square, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. They were huddled together, whispering in hushed tones as they spoke of the disaster that was about to unfold. With a sense of urgency, I approached them, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to explain what I had seen. But they only looked at me with pitying eyes, as if I were a madman ranting about things that couldn't possibly be true. I tried to convince them, to plead with them to listen to reason, but it was no use. They had already made up their minds, convinced that there was nothing they could do to stop the inevitable. And so, with a heavy heart, I turned away and continued on my journey, alone in a world that seemed destined for destruction. But then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a hidden laboratory tucked away in the heart of the city, its entrance concealed behind a wall of concrete and steel. With a sense of trepidation, I pushed open the door and stepped inside, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the room. As I ventured deeper into the laboratory, I realized that I was not alone. The air was thick with the scent of chemicals and machinery, the sound of humming generators echoing in the darkness. And then, just when I thought I couldn't go on any longer, I stumbled upon a control panel nestled in the corner of the room, its buttons and switches illuminated by the soft glow of the monitor. With a sense of urgency, I approached the control panel and began to input the coordinates that would stop the disaster from happening. It was a race against time, a battle against the forces of fate itself, but I refused to give up hope. I would do whatever it took to save the world from destruction, to ensure that the last broadcast was nothing more than a distant memory. And as I pressed the final button and watched as the countdown reached 0, I felt a sense of relief wash over me, a sense of victory that transcended the boundaries of mortal comprehension. The disaster had been averted, the world had been saved. As I stepped out into the sunlight and looked out into the horizon, I knew that my journey was far from over, that there would always be new challenges to face and new battles to fight. But with the memory of the last broadcast fresh in my mind, I knew that I would face them with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that no matter what trials lay ahead, I would never give up hope that as long as there was life, there was always a chance for redemption. Story 36. The empty classroom. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, a lecture hall devoid of life, its rows of empty seats stretching out before me like silent sentinels in the darkness. I stood frozen in the doorway, my heart pounding in my chest as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I had arrived at the university early that morning, eager to attend my lecture and soak up the knowledge that awaited me within the hallowed halls of academia. But as I stepped into the classroom, I was met with a sight that sent shivers down my spine, a room devoid of any sign of life, its walls echoing with the eerie silence of the grave. I glanced around the room, searching for some sign of the professor or my fellow students, but there was nothing, not a single soul in sight. It was as if the classroom itself had been abandoned, left to wither and decay in the darkness of the night. With a sense of unease gnawing at my insides, I turned to leave, eager to put the strange sight behind me and forget that it had ever happened. But just as I reached for the door, it slammed shut with a deafening bang, the sound echoing through the empty room like a gunshot in the silence. I recoiled in shock, my heart racing as I struggled to comprehend what was happening. I reached for the door handle, desperate to escape the confines of the empty classroom, but no matter how hard I tried, it refused to budge. It was as if the door itself were sealed shut, trapping me inside with no means of escape. Panic surged through my veins like wildfire, threatening to consume me whole as I frantically searched for another way out. But the windows were sealed shut, the walls solid and unyielding. There was no escape from the prison of the empty classroom. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, the lights flickered out, plunging the room into darkness. I stood there in the blackness, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I struggled to maintain my composure. It was as if the darkness itself were alive, reaching out to swallow me whole in its suffocating embrace. I fumbled for my phone, desperate for some source of light to guide me through the darkness. But as I turned it on, the screen remained blank, the battery drained of all power, as if the very essence of the room were sapping the energy from my devices, leaving me stranded in the darkness with no means of escape. I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the cold, unforgiving surface as I tried to gather my thoughts. Fear gnawed at my insides, threatening to consume me whole as I struggled to make sense of the situation. How had I ended up trapped in this empty classroom, with no means of escape and no one to turn to for help? But then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I heard a faint whisper, barely audible above the sound of my own ragged breathing. It was a voice that seemed to come from the very depths of the darkness itself, echoing in the silence like a ghostly apparition. I strained to listen, my ears pricked for any sign of sound in the darkness. And then, as if in response to my silent plea, the voice spoke again, a single word, whispered on the breath of the wind like a prayer in the night. Run. With a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, I scrambled to my feet and dashed towards the door, my heart pounding in my chest as I fought to escape the confines of the empty classroom. The darkness seemed to reach out to me, its tendrils grasping at my heels as I raced towards freedom. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I burst through the door and stumbled out into the hallway, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the corridor. I glanced back over my shoulder, half expecting to see the darkness creeping after me like a shadow in the night. But the classroom was empty, the door standing open like a gaping maw, its darkness swallowed up by the light of the hallway beyond. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had it all been a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by stress and exhaustion, or had I truly stumbled upon something sinister lurking within the depths of the university? I shook my head, pushing the thoughts aside as I made my way down the hallway and out into the daylight beyond. Whatever had happened in that empty classroom, I knew one thing for certain: I would never forget the terror that had gripped me in its icy embrace, nor the whispered warning that had saved me from a fate worse than death. Story 37. The day started like any other, with the morning sun filtering through the curtains and the distant sounds of the city coming to life. But as I made my way downstairs to check the mail, I could sense that something was different, something off. There it was, sitting on the doormat, a small package wrapped in brown paper, with no return address in sight. I frowned, feeling a sense of unease creeping over me as I picked it up and turned it over in my hands. Who could it be from? And why was there no return address? I shook my head, trying to push aside the feeling of apprehension that gnawed at the edges of my mind. With trembling fingers, I carefully tore open the package, revealing its contents: a beautifully crafted, ancient-looking key, its metal tarnished with age, but still gleaming in the morning light. Alongside it was a small note, written in elegant script. "You know where this fits." I stared at the key in disbelief, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. What did the note mean, and why had someone sent me this mysterious package? I glanced around the empty hallway, half expecting someone to jump out and reveal themselves as the sender. But there was no one there, only the silence of the morning and the distant sounds of the city beyond. With a sense of trepidation, I pocketed the key and made my way back inside, the package and its contents weighing heavily on my mind. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the key held some deeper significance, some hidden meaning that eluded me. But no matter how hard I tried to make sense of it all, the answers remained frustratingly out of reach. I tried to put it out of my mind, to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. But the key seemed to follow me wherever I went, its presence a constant reminder of the mystery that surrounded it. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I began to notice something odd. The key seemed to call out to me, its presence a constant presence in the back of my mind, urging me to unlock its secrets. I tried to resist its pull, to ignore the nagging voice that whispered in the depths of my consciousness. But the more I tried to fight it, the stronger its hold on me became, until it was all I could think about. Driven by a sense of curiosity and fear, I decided to take matters into my own hands and uncover the truth behind the mysterious key. But where to start? I spent hours poring over old books and dusty archives, searching for any mention of a key that matched the one I held in my hand. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, until it felt as if I were chasing a ghost through the corridors of time. And then, just when I was about to give up hope, I stumbled upon a mention of a legendary key said to unlock the doors to a hidden realm, a place of magic and mystery beyond the confines of our world. My heart raced with excitement as I read the ancient texts, each word a tantalizing glimpse into a world that seemed too fantastical to be true. Could this be the key that I held in my hand? And if so, what wonders awaited me on the other side? With a sense of determination, I set out to unlock the secrets of the key and uncover the truth behind its mysterious origins. But little did I know that my journey would lead me down a path fraught with danger and deception, a path that would test my courage and resolve like never before. As I delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the key, I began to uncover a web of lies and deceit that stretched back centuries, a dark legacy that threatened to consume me whole. But still I pressed on, driven by a sense of purpose that burned bright within me. For I knew that the key held the answers to questions that had plagued me for far too long, and that only by unlocking its secrets could I hope to find the truth. And so with each passing day, I grew closer to my goal, unraveling the mysteries of the key one by one until at last I stood on the threshold of the hidden realm, the key in my hand glowing with an otherworldly light. With a deep breath, I inserted the key into the lock and turned it, the sound of grinding metal filling the air as the door swung open before me, revealing a world beyond my wildest dreams. And as I stepped through the threshold and into the unknown, I knew that my journey was far from over, that the secrets of the key were only the beginning of a much larger adventure that awaited me other side. Story 38. The Unreachable Surface. It was a sunny afternoon, and the local pool shimmered invitingly under the golden rays of the sun. I had been looking forward to my swim all day, eager to escape the stifling heat and lose myself in the cool embrace of the water. As I slipped into the pool, the cool water enveloped me like a soothing embrace, washing away the cares of the world and leaving me feeling weightless and free. I swam a few lazy laps, enjoying the sensation of my muscles working in harmony with the water as I moved effortlessly through the pool. But then, as I reached the deep end of the pool, something strange happened. I took a deep breath and dove underwater, eager to explore the depths below. But as I kicked off from the wall and began to swim upwards, I quickly realized that something was wrong. No matter how hard I kicked or how fast I swam, the surface seemed to get further and further away, as if it were receding into the distance with each passing moment. Panic surged through me like a tidal wave as I struggled to make sense of what was happening. I kicked harder, desperate to break through the barrier that held me captive beneath the surface of the water. But it was no use. The surface remained stubbornly out of reach, taunting me with its unattainable promise of freedom. I glanced around in desperation, searching for some sign of help or escape. But the pool was deserted, its waters eerily silent save for the sound of my own ragged breathing. It was as if I were trapped in a nightmare, doomed to swim forever in the depths of the pool with no hope of ever reaching the surface again. Fear gripped me like a vice as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was running out of air, my lungs burning with the desperate need for oxygen as I continued to struggle against the relentless pull of the water. I kicked and thrashed, my muscles aching with exertion as I fought to break free from the suffocating embrace of the pool. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I felt a hand on my shoulder, a gentle touch that seemed to anchor me in the darkness. I turned to see a lifeguard swimming towards me, his face a mask of concern as he reached out to pull me towards him. With a sense of relief washing over me like a tidal wave, I reached out and grasped his hand, allowing him to guide me upwards towards the surface. And then, with a final burst of effort, I broke through the barrier that had held me captive and emerged into the sunlight above. Gasping for breath, I clung to the side of the pool, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to catch my breath. The lifeguard hovered beside me, his voice a soothing balm in the chaos of my thoughts as he reassured me that everything was going to be all right. As I lay there, my body heaving with exhaustion, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that what had happened in the pool was more than just a simple accident. But try as I might, I couldn't make sense of it. I was just a swimmer, after all, with no knowledge of the mysteries that lurked beneath the surface of the water. Days passed, and the memory of my ordeal at the pool began to fade into the recesses of my mind. I returned to my normal routine, going about my days with the same sense of purpose and determination as before. But no matter how hard I tried to forget, the memory of that fateful day continued to haunt me like a specter in the night. And then one evening, as I lay in bed trying to fall asleep, I heard it a soft whisper, barely audible above the sound of my own heartbeat. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to listen to the sound. It was a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the pool, echoing in the darkness like a ghostly apparition. I listened intently, trying to make out the words that floated on the air like a melody in the night. "Find me," the voice whispered, its words filled with a sense of urgency that sent shivers down my spine. "Find me before it's too late." I sat there in stunned silence, trying to make sense of what I had just heard. Who was speaking to me, and what did they want? And more importantly, what did it have to do with my ordeal at the pool? With a sense of trepidation, I set out to unravel the mystery that had consumed my thoughts, determined to uncover the truth, no matter what it took. I returned to the pool, the water shimmering invitingly under the soft glow of the moon, as I stepped into its cool embrace once more. I dove underwater, the familiar sensation of weightlessness washing over me as I descended into the depths below. But this time, instead of struggling against the relentless pull of the water, I allowed myself to sink deeper and deeper, following the voice that beckoned me onwards like a siren in the night. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon it, a hidden passage concealed beneath the surface of the pool, its entrance guarded by a veil of darkness that seemed to shimmer and shift with each passing moment. With a sense of determination coursing through my veins, I pushed through the darkness and stepped into the unknown beyond. Story 39. The night was still, the air heavy with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft rustle of leaves. I lay in bed, my eyes drifting shut as I succumbed to the embrace of sleep. But just as I was about to drift off, a sound caught my attention, a faint rustling coming from outside my window. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest as I strained to listen. There it was again, the sound of someone moving through the darkness, their footsteps soft and sure against the dew-covered grass. Curiosity piqued. I crept out of bed and made my way to the window, careful not to make a sound. Peering out into the night, I saw a figure moving through the moonlit garden, their movements graceful and deliberate. I watched in silence as they tended to the flowers, their hands moving with practiced ease as they pruned and watered each plant with care. There was something mesmerizing about the way they moved, as if they were one with the garden itself. For a moment, I was content to simply watch, to bask in the tranquility of the moment. But then, as if sensing my presence, the figure glanced up, their eyes meeting mine in the darkness. I gasped, startled by the sudden connection, and stumbled backwards, my heart racing in my chest. But when I looked back, the figure was gone, vanished into the night like a wisp of smoke. Shaken but curious, I made my way downstairs and out into the garden, the moonlight casting long shadows across the dew-covered grass. But there was no sign of the mysterious gardener, no trace of their presence save for the lingering scent of flowers on the night air. I frowned, feeling a sense of unease creeping over me as I made my way back inside. Who was the midnight gardener, and why were they tending to my garden in the dead of night? The next morning, I awoke to find the garden untouched, the flowers blooming as if nothing had happened. But as I made my way downstairs, something caught my eye, a set of fresh footprints leading up to my bedroom window. My heart skipped a beat as I followed the trail, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. Who had been outside my window last night, and why had they come? With a sense of trepidation, I peered out into the garden, half expecting to see the mysterious gardener waiting for me in the shadows. But there was no one there, only the faint rustle of leaves in the morning breeze. I frowned, feeling a sense of unease creeping over me as I made my way back inside. Something strange was happening, something I couldn't quite explain. And try as I might, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone or something was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves to me once again. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a dark cloud, lingering at the edges of my consciousness like a persistent whisper. I tried to go about my daily routine as if nothing were wrong, but the memory of the midnight gardener haunted my thoughts day and night. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I began to notice something odd. The flowers in the garden seemed to be thriving, their colors more vibrant and their blooms more abundant than ever before. I stared in awe as I watched them grow, their petals unfurling in the warmth of the morning sun. It was as if they were responding to some unseen force, some hidden energy that pulsed beneath the surface of the earth. But as the days passed and the flowers continued to flourish, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was as if they were feeding off some dark energy, some malevolent force that threatened to consume everything in its path. With a sense of growing unease, I made my way back inside, my mind racing with 1,000 unanswered questions. What was happening to my garden, and why did I feel as if I were being drawn into some dark and twisted nightmare? As the days turned into weeks, the mystery of the midnight gardener only deepened, the trail of fresh footprints leading up to my bedroom window growing longer with each passing night. And try as I might to ignore it, to convince myself that it was all just a figment of my imagination, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the midnight gardener held the key to unlocking the truth behind the mystery that had consumed my life. And then, one fateful night, as I lay in bed listening to the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, I heard the soft whisper of footsteps outside my window, the familiar rustle of leaves beneath someone's feet. Heart pounding in my chest, I crept out of bed and made my way to the window, my hands trembling with fear and anticipation. Peering out into the darkness, I saw the figure of the midnight gardener moving through the moonlit garden, their movements graceful and deliberate as they tended to the flowers with care. But this time, something was different. A sense of malevolence hung in the air, a dark energy that seemed to pulse with every beat of my heart. And as I watched in horror, I realized that the Midnight Gardener was not tending to the garden out of love, but out of something much darker, much more sinister. With a sense of dread gnawing at the pit of my stomach, I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling with fear and confusion. What was happening to my garden, and why did I feel as if I were being drawn into some dark and twisted nightmare? But before I could make sense of it all, the figure turned and glanced up, their eyes meeting mine in the darkness. And in that moment I knew that the Midnight Gardener was not tending to the garden for my benefit, but for their own, and that whatever dark force had brought them here was far more powerful than anything I could have ever imagined. With a sense of growing horror, I turned and fled from the window, the sound of the Midnight Gardener's footsteps echoing in my ears as I ran, their whispers of malice following me like a shadow in the night. And as I made my way back inside, I knew that the mystery of the Midnight Gardener was far from over, and that whatever dark force had brought them here was far more powerful than anything I could have ever imagined. Story 40. The Vanishing Path. It was a crisp morning, the air filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves as I set out on my usual hike through the forest. I had been walking these trails for years, each step a familiar rhythm that filled me with a sense of peace and tranquility. But as I ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, something felt different, off kilter, somehow. The trees looked unfamiliar, their branches twisting and gnarled like the fingers of some ancient creature reaching out to ensnare me in their grasp. I shook my head, trying to shake off the sense of unease that gripped me, but it only grew stronger with each passing moment. I pressed on, determined to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me like a shadow in the darkness. But then, just when I thought I had lost my bearings, I stumbled upon the trail, or what was left of it. The path seemed to vanish behind me, disappearing into the dense undergrowth like a thread unraveling from a spool. Panic surged through me like a tidal wave as I realized the gravity of my situation. I was lost, stranded in an unknown part of the forest with no means of finding my way back to civilization. I glanced around in desperation, searching for some sign of help or escape, but there was nothing, not a single landmark to guide me on my journey. With a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach, I set out into the unknown, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to find my way through the dense undergrowth. Every step felt like a gamble, each turn leading me further and further away from the safety of the familiar trails. Hours passed, the sun sinking lower in the sky as I pressed on through the forest, my energy flagging with each passing moment. I stumbled and tripped over roots and rocks, my body aching with exhaustion as I fought to keep moving forward. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a clearing in the forest, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave as I collapsed to my knees, tears streaming down my cheeks as I realized that I had found my way back to safety. But as I looked around the clearing, my heart sank once more. There was no sign of civilization, no familiar landmarks to guide me on my journey. It was as if the forest itself had swallowed me whole, trapping me in its endless maze of shadows and whispers. With a sense of resignation, I set up camp in the clearing, the darkness of the night closing in around me like a shroud. I huddled by the fire, the flames flickering in the darkness as I tried to find solace in their warmth. But sleep eluded me, my mind consumed by thoughts of the vanishing path and the mysteries that lurked within the heart of the forest. Was this some kind of trick of the mind brought on by stress and exhaustion? Or was there something more sinister at play, a force beyond my comprehension that sought to ensnare me in its web of shadows and secrets? As the night wore on, the forest seemed to come alive with a chorus of whispers and rustling leaves, each sound sending shivers down my spine as I huddled by the fire, my eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. And then, Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I heard a voice, faint and distant, echoing in the darkness like a ghostly whisper on the wind. I strained to listen, my heart pounding in my chest as the voice grew louder and clearer with each passing moment. "Follow the light," it whispered, its words filling me with a sense of hope and determination. "Follow the light, and you will find your way home." With a sense of urgency coursing through my veins, I rose to my feet and set out into the darkness, the fire fading behind me as I followed the sound of the voice through the forest. The trees seemed to part before me, their branches reaching out to guide me on my journey as I pressed on through the darkness. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a faint glimmer of light shining through the trees like a beacon in the night. With a sense of relief washing over me like a tidal wave, I quickened my pace, the light growing brighter and brighter with each step I took. And then, as I stepped into the clearing, I found myself standing at the edge of the familiar trail, the vanishing path nowhere to be seen. I let out a sigh of relief, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized that I had finally found my way back to safety. With a sense of gratitude coursing through my veins, I set out on the familiar path once more, the light of the rising sun guiding me on my journey as I left the mysteries of the forest behind me. And though I would never forget the vanishing path and the terror it had brought into my life, I knew that I would emerge from the darkness stronger and wiser than before, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination. Story 41. The bus ride home from work was always the same, a monotonous journey through the crowded city streets, the hum of the engine lulling me into a state of half-awareness as I watched the world pass by outside the window. But on this particular evening, something strange happened. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadowy figure reflected in the glass beside me. I turned, expecting to see the person sitting in the seat next to mine, but to my surprise, the seat was empty. Confused, I glanced around the bus, searching for any sign of the mysterious passenger who had seemingly vanished into thin air. But there was no one there, only the empty seats and the distant sound of traffic outside. Shrugging it off as a trick of the light, I turned back to the window, trying to shake off the feeling of unease that lingered in the back of my mind. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, the memory of the mysterious reflection stayed with me, haunting my thoughts like a ghost. As the bus rumbled on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone or something was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves to me once again. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I heard the faint sound of breathing, soft and ragged, coming from the seat beside me. Heart pounding in my chest, I turned, my eyes widening in shock as I saw the figure sitting there, their features obscured by the darkness of the bus interior. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. But the figure said nothing, only watching me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Are you okay?" I asked, reaching out a tentative hand. But before I could make contact, the figure vanished, disappearing into thin air like a wisp of smoke. I blinked, stunned by what I had just witnessed. Had I imagined it all, or had I truly seen someone or something on that bus? Shaken but determined to find answers, I made my way home, the memory of the mysterious passenger burning bright in my mind like a beacon in the darkness. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a dark cloud, lingering at the edges of my consciousness like a persistent whisper. I tried to go about my daily routine as if nothing were wrong, but the memory of the mysterious passenger haunted my thoughts day and night. And then, just when I thought things couldn't get any stranger, I began to notice something odd. The figure from the bus seemed to be following me, their presence a constant presence in the back of my mind, urging me to uncover the truth behind their mysterious appearance. I tried to resist their pull, to ignore the nagging voice that whispered in the depths of my consciousness. But the more I tried to fight it, the stronger its hold on me became, until it was all I could think about. Driven by a sense of curiosity and fear, I decided to take matters into my own hands and uncover the truth behind the mysterious passenger. But where to start? I spent hours poring over old newspapers and online forums, searching for any mention of a strange figure appearing on the city buses. But the more I searched, the more elusive the answers became, until it felt as if I were chasing a ghost through the corridors of time. And then, just when I was about to give up hope, I stumbled upon a mention of a series of mysterious disappearances on the city buses, each one accompanied by reports of a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. My heart raced with excitement as I read the reports, each one a tantalizing glimpse into a world that seemed too fantastical to be true. Could this be the mysterious passenger that I had seen on the bus? And if so, what secrets did they hold? With a sense of determination, I set out to uncover the truth behind the mysterious disappearances and the shadowy figure that seemed to be haunting the city buses. But little did I know that my journey would lead me down a path fraught with danger and deception, a path that would test my courage and resolve like never before. As I delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the mysterious passenger, I began to uncover a web of lies and deceit that stretched back decades, a dark legacy that threatened to consume me whole. But still, I pressed on, driven by a sense of purpose that burned bright within me. For I knew that the truth behind the mysterious disappearances and the shadowy figure that haunted the city buses held the key to unlocking the mystery that had consumed my life. And so, with each passing day, I grew closer to my goal, unraveling the mysteries of the mysterious passenger one by one until at last, I stood on the brink of uncovering the truth behind their mysterious appearance. But little did I know that the truth would be far more terrifying than anything I could have ever imagined, and that the shadowy figure that haunted the city buses was far more than just a figment of my imagination. Story 42. The Haunting Melody. It was a mystery that had plagued me for weeks, an eerie piano melody that drifted through the walls of my apartment every night, like a ghostly whisper in the darkness. At first, I had dismissed it as nothing more than a figment of my imagination, a trick of the mind brought on by the stresses of daily life. But as the nights wore on and the melody continued to haunt me, I knew that there was something more sinister at play. I lived in a standalone house, far removed from the hustle and bustle of city life. My nearest neighbors were miles away, their houses hidden from view by the dense forest that surrounded my home on all sides. There was no logical explanation for the music that echoed through the walls of my apartment each night, and yet there it was, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lurked in the darkness. At first, I tried to ignore it, to drown out the sound with the noise of the television or the hum of the air conditioner. But no matter how hard I tried, the melody seemed to seep into every corner of my apartment, wrapping itself around me like a cocoon of sound that refused to be ignored. And then, one night, as I lay in bed listening to the haunting strains of the piano, I realized that I couldn't take it anymore. With a sense of determination coursing through my veins, I rose to my feet and set out to uncover the source of the mysterious melody once and for all. I followed the sound through the halls of my apartment, the melody growing louder and clearer with each passing moment. It led me to the basement, a dark, musty space that I rarely ventured into, its walls lined with boxes and forgotten relics from years gone by. With a sense of trepidation, I descended into the darkness, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the silence of the room. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon it, a grand piano nestled in the corner of the room, its keys bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight that filtered in through the small window above. I approached the piano with caution, my heart pounding in my chest as I reached out to touch the keys. They felt cool and smooth beneath my fingertips, their ivory surface worn and weathered with age. And then, as if possessed by some unseen force, I began to play the notes flowing from my fingers like a river of sound that filled the room with its haunting melody. But as the last strains of the music faded into the darkness, I realized that there was something different about this melody, something that set it apart from the others that had haunted me in the past. It was familiar, somehow, as if I had heard it before in some distant dream. With a sense of curiosity burning in my chest, I set out to uncover the secrets that lay hidden within the walls of my apartment. I combed through old photo albums and dusty journals, searching for some clue that would unlock the mystery of the haunting melody that had plagued me for so long. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a faded photograph tucked away in the back of an old album, its edges worn and frayed with age. It was a picture of a young girl playing the piano, her fingers dancing across the keys with a grace and elegance that took my breath away. I stared at the photograph in disbelief, my mind reeling with the realization of what I had uncovered. The girl in the photograph was me, or rather, a version of me from a time long past. And the piano she played was the same one that now sat in the basement of my apartment, its keys silent and untouched for years. With a sense of awe and wonder, I set out to uncover the truth behind the haunting melody that had brought me to this moment. I delved into old family records and newspaper archives, piecing together the fragments of a story that had long been forgotten. And then, just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a newspaper clipping from years ago, detailing the tragic death of a young girl in a fire that had consumed her family home. The girl's name was Emily, the same name that had haunted me in my dreams for as long as I could remember. With a sense of dread gnawing at my insides, I realized the truth. The haunting melody that had echoed through the walls of my apartment each night was the same melody that Emily had played on the piano before her untimely demise. And now her spirit lingered on, trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead, searching for closure and redemption. With a heavy heart, I returned to the basement, the sound of the piano melody echoing in the darkness as I approached the instrument. And then, with a trembling hand, I began to play the notes flowing from my fingers like a river of sound that filled the room with its haunting melody. And as the last strains of the music faded into the darkness, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. The haunting melody had finally been laid to rest, its secrets revealed and its spirit set free to find peace in the world beyond. I returned to my apartment, the weight of the past lifting from my shoulders with each step I took. And though the memory of the haunting melody would linger on in my mind for years to come, I knew that I had finally found closure. The mystery of Emily's death had been solved, and her spirit could finally rest in peace.